The world is changing faster than ever before. The challenges are growing, but so are the opportunities to find solutions together. The German-American Trade and Tech Dialogue is a high-level transatlantic platform dedicated to strengthening cooperation between Germany, Europe, and the United States. For decades, our partnership, trade, and dialogue have shaped the world.
We must make room for new priorities, address emerging challenges, correct long-standing imbalances, and set clear expectations for a sustainable relationship that can carry us through the next 80 years of partnership and beyond that.
In 3 online workshops and 1 conference, the Aspen Institute Germany brings together leading voices from politics, business, science, and civil society, discussing topics like AI, innovation, tariffs, and the future of transatlantic relations.
And the relationship between Germany and the United States, this is far more than a unique historical friendship. It's a strategic alliance rooted in shared values, in democracy, the rule of law, free trade, and the conviction that innovation drives progress.
Today, over 1.5 million people work transatlantically. 1/5 of all European exports cross the Atlantic, heading toward the future. Mutual transatlantic investments that build trust. Join us at the German-American Trade and Tech Dialogue to bridge divides, strengthen cooperation, and shape a transatlantic future built on shared values and a vision of unity.
And with this, welcome to our 4th German-American Trade and Tech Conference. I was told that I have to be on the stage. I always prefer to be with you on that side. But this way, I can also say hello to our participants who have joined us online today. And I'm very happy to see as many as you today here on the ground. Before we officially start with the content and also the program, a few things about housekeeping, but also a few things like expressing my gratitude. This is the 4th conference we are doing, German-American Trade and Tech Conference, here at the Landesvertretung Baden-Württemberg. And we love being here. And I hope you do too, because our hosts are amazing hosts and cooperation partners. You already enjoyed the lovely lunch we were served, and I can promise you there is more to come. So first of all, give our hosts a big applause for having us, and so that we can come again back also next year. Over the course of today and tomorrow, and I hope that all of you are going to come back tomorrow as well, we are going to have quite a few different formats. Those who know Aspen, Germany, and Aspen in general, we try to be innovative. So we are going to have an Oxford-style debate. We are going to have breakout sessions with an open chair where you can change from the audience to the panel discussion. We will also open our discussions to Q&As. We will have keynotes. We will have spotlight talks and a lot of room also for networking and for discussions. Those who have been here in the past know what's now coming. And this is also a little bit our Aspen style. You should know who's sitting right next to you. So I'm going to give you just a couple moments time, a couple minutes, to say hello to your neighbor and ask them, what are you doing here and what are you expecting? So go for it. Get to know each other. All right. And this is then always the most difficult part, to break it up again. So, I promise you, you will have more time for discussion later on. So, I need my bell. Can we have the bell? All right, this is no chance, right? But I love this, because this is the buzz we want to hear throughout the whole conference. This is not just an opportunity to get a lot of input, to learn about topics, to update yourself, to also share your own knowledge. It's also an opportunity to create networks, meet new people, maybe make also some new friendships. We at Aspen, we are bridge builders. In a world which is changing so much, we believe that venues like this, it's more important than ever. We do have a lot of conflicts with each other, so we need to talk. We need to build trust, and that's the opportunity to talk with each other from both sides of the Atlantic. Most of the panels we are going to have open and on the record. So we are going to also streamline, and you will also find our conference afterwards on YouTube. We are also going to be doing quite a bit of social media, so we are always delighted if you also share your impressions or share what we have posted. It's going to increase our reach. We are very happy about that. There's just going to be one session tomorrow, which is going to be off the record, for which we are then also not going to have a live stream. But I'm going to announce that one more time later on. So a big, big thank you to our partners. As you know, Aspen Germany is a small institute. We would not be able to put something like this on the ground without the knowledge of our partners and also the financial support of our partners. And the list of our partners is long, and many of them have been with us in this conference over the past years. It's the U.S. Embassy here in Berlin. Thank you so much. Robert Bosch GmbH, Friedrich Naumann Foundation, Meta, Northrop Grumman, SAP, the Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, Siemens Healthineers, Google, UPS, Carl Zeiss AG, Auma, Cisco, DEKRA, Dean, and a big, big thank you. Almost all of them are here today and will also be on different panels. And take the opportunity getting to know them, because they are great experts also on the topic. A big thank you and applause to all our partners. And all of this would also not be possible without having two strong media partners on board. We are very happy to again partner with Politico. And if you know what's a buzz in Germany or in Washington, Politico is the medium to go to. Give them applause. Yeah, yeah. But there's another great, great media, and I'm very, very happy that we are also partnering from right here as well, Tagesspiegel. So give them also a big applause that we are doing this together. And also, like last year, we are partnering with quite a few young organizations. They are all sitting here, putting down the average of our age massively in our conference and contributing with your point of view, which we desperately also need. It's the Bundesverband Sicherheitspolitik an den Hochschulen, Junge DGAP, Junge Transatlantiker, and the Youth Atlantic Treaty Association, JATA, and I'm going to introduce them to you in a second when all of you are going to come up to the stage. But first of all now, and I didn't introduce myself. I should have done that too. Just in case you don't know me, I'm Stormy Miltner. I'm the director of the Aspen Institute. That's me. And I'm going to lead you. I'm going to be your tour guide for the whole conference, going to lead you also from panel to panel. And with this, I will hand over, unfortunately also only digitally because she can't be here with us today, but she sends her really warm felt greetings, Nicole Hofmeister-Kraut. Minister, I'm already being shown I'm behind the time, Minister of Economic Affairs, Skilled Crafts and Tourism in the state of Baden-Württemberg. She has been a minister for quite a while for the state. She is a great transatlanticist. She also has been a Landtagsabgeordneter, and we also do have some Landtagsabgeordneten with us, also from the United States. And she is an expert on all the topics we are dealing with today. So we give the floor to Nicole.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, dear friends and partners of transatlantic cooperation, greetings from Stuttgart. It's a great pleasure to welcome you to the 4th German-American Trade and Tech Conference in Berlin. We are meeting at a time of profound geopolitical and economic challenges. Strategic competitors are gaining influence around the world. Conflicts such as those in the Middle East are putting increasing pressure on global supply chains, and long-established partnerships and alliances are being challenged. In this environment, strong and trusted transatlantic partnerships are more important than ever. For Baden-Württemberg, the United States remains our most important trading partner and one of our closest partners in innovation, research, and industrial transformation. Our partnership is built not only on trade and investment, but increasingly on cooperation between states, regions, innovation hubs, and technology ecosystems. This subnational approach is becoming more important in today's world. Many of the major challenges we face, from artificial intelligence to resilient supply chains, require practical cooperation and trusted networks at the regional level. For Baden-Württemberg, strengthening cooperation with individual U.S. states like California, Florida, Texas, and others is an important strategic approach to deepening transatlantic partnerships. This was therefore a key focus of my delegation visit to the United States in November 2025. Together with representatives from economy and sciences, I visited Washington, D.C., Georgia, and Florida to deepen cooperation in the areas of advanced mobility, aerospace, and innovation policy. A major milestone of the visit was the signing of a joint declaration of intent between Baden-Württemberg and the state of Florida. This agreement creates new opportunities for cooperation in aerospace, smart manufacturing, workforce development, life sciences, and future technologies. Our goal is clear. We want to connect our innovation ecosystems more closely, strengthen resilient transatlantic value chains, and create new opportunities for companies, research institutions, and skilled workers on both sides of the Atlantic. The new state government of Baden-Württemberg remains strongly committed to expanding these partnerships and further strengthening cooperation with U.S. states and regions. Especially in times of increasing global competition, Europe and the United States must continue to work together closely, economically, technologically, and politically. We share common values: openness, innovation, fair competition, and democratic principles. Together, we can help shape technological progress responsibly, while strengthening resilience, competitiveness, and sustainable growth. Today's conference once again brings together leaders from government, business, science, and technology to exchange ideas and develop new perspectives for transatlantic cooperation. Thank you all for being part of this important dialogue. I wish you inspiring discussions, valuable new connections, and a successful conference. Thank you very much for being here.
Well, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Nicole, for sending this message and for sending us off into the day. She already said it all, so I can reduce my keynotes in the beginning quite a bit. 4 years ago, when we started the conference, and we did AI conferences before that here in this venue, we were just recovering from COVID. It feels a really long time ago, but actually it's not that long ago. We were talking about supply chains already, all the risks into supply chains, all our learnings from COVID. But the world has changed quite a bit since then. It has become more uncertain. Partnerships are not the same anymore like 4 or 5 years ago. The world has become quite a bit more transactional. International organizations are struggling. International rules are being tested on a daily basis. And also trust has been lost. We have on our continent a war which we would have not suspected to last that long, and not a solution in sight. And we have a new war in the Middle East. So we are living really in difficult times. Our outlook on trade has also changed quite a bit. While a few years ago, we would have still said, Wandel durch Handel, change through trade. And we would have focused mostly on the prosperity aspects of trade. We are now talking about the risks, the threats. We are talking about autonomy. We are talking about sovereignty. We are talking about friendshoring. We are talking about diversifying our supply chains away from those who we cannot trust. A few years ago, we did not talk about tariffs. We said tariffs are something of the past. We talked about non-tariff barriers, right? Because they created most barriers in trade. That has also changed. Now we are talking about tariffs again, and also quite high tariffs. And we are talking about completely new trade agreements, more transactional ones, more deals than really trade agreements. I try to smuggle in the World Trade Organization whenever I speak, but I'm one of the few people who still do that. And then I'm being sometimes accused of being naive. A few years ago, we would have intensely discussed the reform of the WTO. Now we are looking for alternatives. So the world really has changed. But we still want to remain open, right? I mean, the EU depends on openness. We depend on world markets. We depend on good relationships with our neighbors and partners around the world. Most of the economic growth takes place outside the European Union. So how do we do it? How do we square the circle of protecting but staying open, of working with the state, who we need, in an unlevel playing field where not everybody is playing by the rules anymore. But where do we draw the line between the market forces and the state? How much rules do we want, and how much do we want to defend those old rules, and how much how can we protect ourselves against unfair competition? How innovative do we want to be with regard to the policy tools we are using in the European Union? Protect and partner. How much partner do we want? Where? Long term, how can we trust each other? How can we build up new relationships? Are the new trade agreement partners also political partners, democracy partners, so to say? So, lots of questions. I hope that we are going to find the answers to those over the next 1.5 days, or at least gather a few more ideas. With this, also, again, those who have been here before know what's coming next now. We want to feel your pulse and get a little bit of an insight on your view on the transatlantic relationship. So we are moving now to a little polling which we want to do, and you are going to see in a second a barcode. So if you go onto this barcode, you will see different questions which we want to ask you. And the first one you're going to see is, let me briefly have a look. How would you rate the current state of transatlantic relations? And it is going to offer you excellent, no problems at all, good, stable and generally positive, but room for improvement, fair, some challenges which need our attention, poor, well, obviously not so great, and very poor. So let's see what your answers are. And I don't know if our technology can, our great team in the back can already show us the results, how it's moving on here. All right. Okay. So this looks good. So thank you so much for sharing with us. So quite a few say it's not so great, poor, but I'm also very happy that some of you say it's excellent, and some of you are saying it's good. So this is fantastic. The second question I wanted to ask is, and maybe we can also show that, how do you envision the development of trade, transatlantic trade and technology in a year from now? Do you think it's going to get better, significantly improved, slightly improved, unchanged, slightly worse, or significantly worsened? Oh, so sorry. I jumped over one question. But we're going to stick with this one for a second. All right, then we're going to do this one, and then we come back to the second. This is why I do have my fantastic team in the back. By the way, this is Molly. She's the mastermind behind the whole conference, and she's giving me signs whenever I do something off plan. All right. So I see that we do not have so many optimists among us. So nobody has yet signed up to significantly improved. Quite a few say it's going to get worse. But there are also quite a few among you who are saying slightly improved. And quite a few are going to say unchanged. Well, great. We're going to come back to this later on. And now, the second question, what are the most important topics in our relationship? Regulatory divergences in digital governance, the issue of critical raw materials and resources, trade tensions, export controls, ethics, and AI. Okay, let's have a look at this as well. Aha. So this is also very different from 4 years ago. Trade tensions would have not been on the top of the agenda of all of you, but it is very important. Regulatory approaches still pretty high up on the agenda. Dependence on third countries. I would have expected that this would rank a little bit higher. So that's also interesting that it is ranking third. Ensuring secure ethical development of AI on fourth place, and then we have also export controls, investment screening, and coordination here on place 5. I'm pretty sure there are a lot of other issues also on your mind, and we are going to revisit that as well. In last polls, this one ranked a lot higher than it currently does here on the agenda, and also the topic of AI, maybe we should have the ethical development, maybe we should have deleted the word ethical on there. Maybe that it would have ranked higher, but we are going to discuss this over the course of the next 1.5 days. So thank you so much for sharing your pulse, and we are going to share these results also on social media. And with this, I would love to bring our young leaders, our young GATT leaders up to the stage. We give them a big applause. Okay, fantastic. So, and we need a mic. So do we have a mic up here? Or can somebody bring us quickly a mic? Ha, super. Thank you so much. So we are going to do a quick round of introductions where you say who you are, which organization, and what you think about the transatlantic relationship, all in 3 seconds.
Yes. Hello, everybody. My name is Leni Lindemann. I am part of the Young German Young DGAP And I'm the leader for climate. We have like a little group that works on climate protection. I'm very worried about the state of US and European, but also German current climate policy divergence. And I'm very hopeful that we get to resolve those issues as well over the next years.
And in the poll, did you think it's going to get better or worse?
I think it's going to get slightly worse before it has to get better.
All right.
Well, my name is Lucas Winkelmann. I'm the president of the Young Transatlantic Initiative, and thank you for having us and for partnering up with us for this event. So yeah, the question was about the state of transatlantic relations, right? Well, I think that transatlantic relations are much better than we might see in the polls that we just did. There's still a lot of common ground, and I think what is really important in the upcoming years is just to work together, look at the challenges ahead, which certainly is the rise of China and Russia and all of these other dangers that we see, and I'm actually hopeful and optimistic.
Great, I think that's an extra applause.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is David Müller. I'm also here for the Young DGP. And my view on the transatlantic relations, I'm a big numbers guy. And if we look at the numbers, at the key metrics like trade volume, FDIs, job creations, I think the transatlantic relations are still working. And I think we just need to market it better to the public.
I should have mentioned the numbers. I brought them along and then I skipped over it because I was given the time that it's now already red, my sign. Please.
I'm Sophia Przeschepner. I'm here from GATT-D, Germany. And I also think that our relationship is still intact. But however, I am concerned about the condemnation of NATO, for example, the very public distancing, the questioning of Article 5. I think that's a fragmentation we cannot really afford. And so we really have to work together and stay together, especially if we want to succeed in this environment, especially looking at AI.
Thank you. My name is Joseph Hebeder. I'm the chairman of the Academic Association for Security Studies, or Bundesverband Sicherheitspolitik an Hochschulen, very briefly. I do worry that we keep misreading the relations between the US and Germany, but also the EU, which I do believe that the United States thinks we have to be strong and wants to keep us strong, but without subsidizing us, but instead helping us to become more competitive. And also they have their own interests, but if we have a strong economy, become more competitive, and also more self-reliant concerning defense spending, for example, and our own capabilities, we probably will resolve some issues in our relations that are not resolvable right now.
Hi, I'm Kimberly Locher. I'm also at the Bundesverband Sicherheitspolitik an Hochschulen. And I think the relationship has been very rocky recently. And I'm hoping through dialogues such as these that we can build a bridge and work on it.
Hello everyone, my name is Shkumim Imini. I'm treasurer of the Young Transatlantic Initiative. What I can say about the last couple of months that the transatlantic values have been some kind of damaged in the last couple of months, but in security matters we still have common values, and I think we have to be more certain on that. But in trade matters we have to work together even further, and without isolations matters, and I think we have to be more better, and I think it got worse slightly in the last couple of months. And I believe, I'm very hopeful, and I think we have a big path to walk.
Thank you very, very much. And there are enough challenges in the world for which the transatlantic partners need to work together, like climate change, access to resources, materials, and so on. So we very much need each other. So we do have to work on our differences and conflicts. Throughout the conference, use the opportunity to meet our young leaders, who are also going to have a special meeting tomorrow with the Deputy USTR on European Affairs, who is going to join join us as well. So you can ask him about all these issues. Ask him about climate and trade. Ask him about raw materials. Ask him about security issues. And ask everybody else as well. So thank you very, very much for being here. And with this, only with a little delay, I'm going to ask our first special guest up here to the stage, Karan Bhatia. Give him a big applause. Karan is the Vice President for Government Affairs and Public Policy at Google. We have known each other for quite a while, especially during the German G20 presidency, when you were still with GE. Now you switch sides. And what we are curious to hear from you is if you can draw a little bit the picture of where we currently stand with regard to technological innovation, development, how we can stay open, and most of all, how we can cooperate to set the scene, then also for our first panel discussion. And with this, I hand over to you.
Terrific. Stormy, thank you so much. And first, before I get to any substantive remarks, wow, were those young leaders amazing? I'm watching and thinking to myself two things. One, there was no way I was that eloquent when I was anywhere near their age. And number two, can I hire all of them? So that was... Look, again, Stormy, thank you. Thanks to the Aspen Institute for convening us for this really essential dialogue on transatlantic trade and technology. Between my time in the distant past in the U.S. government and my time more recently in the private sector, you know, these two subjects, trade and technology, have really occupied a substantial part of my professional career. And it's been fascinating to watch these two worlds sort of converge, particularly in the past few years. It is no exaggeration to say that I think we are at a pivotal moment for Europe's digital future, and perhaps for its future more broadly. The AI opportunity is no longer theoretical. It is here, and it is here now. And with the transition underway from artificial intelligence chatbots to the next phase, which is agentic AI, I think the moment we are in, the attention that we need to be paying to these topics has really become a strategic mandate. The enormous opportunity that AI presents, I think, has been well documented. You know, trillions of dollars of incremental annual GDP, once in a century productivity enhancements, and possibly new solutions to problems that date back millennia. And in a competitive global environment, the risk of a company or a country not energetically leaning into this new technology, I think, is just as clear. I can tell you, I personally, over the course of the last year, have had dozens of meetings with political and business leaders in the United States, in Asia, in Latin America, and I hear one question come up again and again, which is, how can I get a head start? Or how can my country get a head start? Now, unlocking this potential requires changes in how governments act that are probably as profound as the technology changes itself. It demands investments in energy, in computing power, in connectivity infrastructure. It requires a whole of society push for AI literacy and adoption, particularly across small and medium-sized enterprises. It requires government institutions themselves to build trust in the technology by trying it, by adopting it. And crucially, it demands a regulatory and policy environment that enables, not deters, building, adopting, and experimenting with AI. And above all else, I think it requires government and industry to work together in new collaborative ways, not as in the traditional format of regulator and regulated, but truly as partners. It requires, most fundamentally, a mindset shift. Partnership needs to define another key aspect of any AI agenda as well, which is, what does international collaboration look like? The reality is that Europe will not achieve AI's promise if it acts alone, and nor, to be clear, will the United States. If there was ever a time and a technology that demands transatlantic engagement, it is this time and it is this technology. And that is precisely how we at Google are thinking about it and approaching it. At Google, we don't view Europe merely as a market. We view it as a deep, multi-dimensional partnership. And this is particularly true in Germany. We have a 25-year presence in Germany. We have thousands of local engineers and other employees here. Our commitment to the country is long-standing and it is tangible. We continue to put our capital to work. A few months ago, we announced an additional 5.5 billion euro investment in German digital infrastructure by 2029, which includes expanding our facilities in Hanau, additional infrastructure in Dietzenbach, a new Google AI center here in Berlin. And building on our strong relationships with German industry and the government, including the Ministry of Defense and the Schwarz Group, we recently announced a new operationally independent cloud offering through Sens together with Thales, which ensures that German businesses and public institutions have access to the world's best technology, critical to the competitiveness of industry and services industrial and services industries here, while meeting the highest levels of national security and data control and without resorting to digital isolationism. Now, there are no benefits to be had without adoption, and there is going to be no effective adoption without skills. And that's why we at Google have been invested in a range of different skilling programs in Germany, to date training almost 2 million people in the country. And we're doubling down through our AI Works for Europe initiative, backed by $30 million for the European AI Opportunity Fund. We are working to equip the workforce of Germany with the foundational skills that are going to be needed to thrive in this new era. Regulatory simplification is absolutely essential for German and European competitiveness in this new AI era, and attractiveness as an investment destination follows. Smart guardrails like the AI Act's risk-based approach are important, but we have to ensure that we're empowering, not blocking, the small and medium-sized businesses who are going to be critical to driving the digital and energy transitions. In recent years, the EU has adopted more than 100 new regulations targeting the digital economy, creating, unfortunately, a fractured and inconsistent landscape where more than 60% of European businesses now cite regulation as their primary obstacle to investment. Now, there's no quick fix for this. True regulatory simplification is going to take structural shifts to create an innovation-forward environment. With key legislative vehicles like the omnibus packages, now is a critical window to transform overlapping and inconsistent rules into the agile guardrails that are going to foster the agentic AI opportunity. We are encouraged by Germany's continuous push for simplification. During the AI omnibus negotiations with respect to industrial AI, Germany is truly a powerful voice on this issue. But still, companies across both Europe and the US are concerned by the uncertain outcome of that simplification agenda. And just as an example of this is the Digital Omnibus Bill. While the intent of this bill is laudable, and many of the provisions in the bill will certainly improve simplification, we do worry that it will fall short of expectations in certain respects, or worse, perhaps even have inadvertent consequences. Take for an issue known as browser-level consent, aiming to resolve the cookie fatigue that people across Europe feel. It may, in fact, mandate a solution, a centralized one-click browser option to reject data collection that would be profoundly counterproductive and could hit the entire web publishing and advertising ecosystem, potentially a 60% reduction in user consent rates, creating a 40 to 50 billion euro decrease in European online revenue and generating paywalls that could profoundly impact the accessibility of information for European users. And beyond future proposals like the Omnibus, we're also dealing with unintended consequences of existing frameworks like the Digital Markets Act. While we at Google strongly support fair competition and have strongly supported the DMA, its implementation is creating acute risks for European citizens. For example, mandating that high-frequency sharing of granular search queries that strips away user privacy and potentially contradicts the core principles of GDPR. And for the record, by the way, Germany is the only member state with its own digital gatekeeper regime under competition law, in addition to the DMA, despite the goal of harmonized EU rules. Fundamentally, what is needed is to make sure that the European direction for simplification is focused on the core ambitions of the Draghi and Letta reports, genuinely allowing innovation and entrepreneurship to flourish in the continent rather than driving specific preconceived market outcomes with inadvertent and unfortunate user consequences. And lastly, briefly, let me address the issue of how to secure technology supply chains without stifling innovation. And this is a concern on both sides of the Atlantic. And I think the solution has also got to lie with the transatlantic partnership. Neither Europe nor the United States is self-sufficient. Neither has the ability to achieve the opportunities of AI without the other, and without like-minded third country partners around the world. The inputs for AI success, from foundational models and compute capability to energy and specialized talent, are fundamentally global in nature. And so we have no alternative. We must work together. And the US and Germany must act as the twin engines of that shared digital future. Above all, we must resist the urge to build regulatory walls across the Atlantic or succumb to the illusion of digital autarky. Instead, what we need to do is deepen our cooperation, align our tech and trade policies, and ensure that the democratic world remains the undisputed leader in the era of AI. At Google, I'm proud to tell you we're ready to partner in building that prosperous, secure, and innovative future, and doing it together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Before I ask all of our other panelists to come up here, just a couple of two quick questions.
Okay.
First of all is, you told us about what's exciting also about AI and agentic AI. Is there also something which keeps you up at night?
Look, this is both incredibly powerful and incredibly novel technology, right? So I think, as with any time you sort of bring something significantly new and significantly disruptive onto the scene, there are issues that are going to need to be resolved. They range from, just to name a few, what are the rules of the road going to be, how the technology is built, how is it going to be applied? There's much discussion in political context and more broadly in society about the impact that it'll have on jobs and on work. The construction and the creation of this technology is going to require energy resources. Effectively, AI, as one person has described it, is turning energy into intelligence. And so how do you get the necessary energy, and how do you make sure it's sustainable? So there are a lot of challenges that require policy engagement, so forth. I guess my concerns, though, most fundamentally are two things. One, that we will be sufficiently caught up in trying to wrestle with these issues, as well as dealing with some of the transatlantic other issues that we referenced, that we miss the opportunity. Right? Because the technology is advancing. The technology is here and is going to keep growing. And I think the question really is whether Europe and the United States can be at the forefront of that, capitalizing on the opportunities that it offers, or whether we're going to fall behind. So I think that's one big concern. And the second, frankly, is whether policymakers can appreciate the imperative of working in partnership with the private sector, which is really going to be the solution to addressing these kinds of issues.
Thank you so much. The second question is more personal.
Okay.
This is what we do at Aspen. How do you use AI in your own work and for yourself? Do you get up in the morning and ask the AI agent what's going to come up for you, what you should wear, how you should structure your day?
I not the clothing choices, I'm afraid. I'm a little old school in that regard. But yes, I mean, I use it all the time. And in fact, my whole team, so people around the world, the mandate that we have as a company is to build it into our day-to-day processes more than ever. So I will use it from a professional standpoint. As you can imagine, overseeing the government affairs team for Google, we are tracking thousands of laws and regulations around the world. And before, this was a painstaking process of trying to sort of read, analyze, et cetera. Now, with the benefit of Gemini, we're doing that. What took hundreds, thousands of people hours now is happening like this. Or alternatively, you're about to walk into a meeting and I say, oh my goodness, what are the 3 points I need to make to store me? It will digest it for me. So it's just a remarkable tool. The last thing I'll say is, but what's even more exciting is going to be what comes with agentic AI. So you think about the chatbot era as being enabling people to access sort of information in new ways. This is going to take that information and enable you to act on it in ways that are going to be hugely productivity enhancing. So yes, I am a complete convert, and I think it is going to change all of our lives. And I think it's just important that we be smart, educated users of it, which is my points about skilling it.
Great, thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, free seating, I would say. Or Molly, did you have something in mind where yes, please, right over here.
Okay.
So, now I would like to ask all my speakers to come up here, one after another, so that all of you get the attention which you should get. So, first of all, Dr. Andreas Audrich, come up here. Give Andreas a big applause.
Hi, nice to meet you.
Member of the Bundestag for the Greens, and here he is running away, but he can't. Come on, come back. Andreas, you're a transatlanticist?
I think in the bottom of my heart, yes, but it's difficult at the moment. And I think we should talk about the difficulties as well. What I heard now was nice, but we went around the difficulties and we should emphasize
Absolutely.
them.
The Munich Security Conference has a favorite animal. That's the elephant in the room.
Yes.
We do have that too. And we are going to address those elephants also on this panel. You were in the States not so long ago, and also, I think it was Pennsylvania?
Yes.
Yeah. Where did you go and what did you do?
I was in the United States, I think it is 2 years ago now, looking above all at the Inflation Reduction Act, the policies that Joe Biden put in place then, because I find that it was a good combination between, on the one hand, driving climate protection, and on the other hand, driving new technologies, work, better life for the broad majority of the people. It's a huge problem that in the end it didn't work out in the elections, but I would still say it was a good try, and we should stick to the direction that he tried to install there. So I went there to look at it and took back a lot from then.
Wow. And we're delighted if you could tell us a little bit more about this later on. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. Very good. So next, I would like to ask to the stage David Bloomberg, founding and manager of Bloomberg Capital. You are also a transatlantic plant, I would say. You're traveling from both sides quite regularly. You're on both sides of the Atlantic. You also work on both sides of the political aisle. You're a bridge maker. Has your life become easier or harder over the last couple of years?
Easier because of AI.
I meant in terms of transatlantic bridge building.
I was trying to be a diplomat.
Yeah.
I'm a huge optimist, but I recognize that we face a number of challenges. I will argue, I hope clearly and politely, that many of our greatest challenges are self-imposed errors.
Well, thank you so much. That's something to chew on. So looking forward to the discussion. Natalie Hübner, Dr. Natalie Hübner. Natalie, come on up here. Head of the Corporate Office of Governmental Affairs of Robert Bosch, one of our long-term partners. Give her a big applause. And if you look into the program, one of the glitches we had, we forgot the doctor title. And if you have lived through the ordeal of doing your PhD, it should be mentioned everywhere and regularly. What did you do your doctor thesis on?
That's a good question. I'm a lawyer by training, but I wanted to dive into a topic which was a passion of mine. So I made philosophy of law on the influence of the German influence on French patent and author law. So intellectual property. But so it was a deep, very deep dive.
All right, but maybe you can also bring the philosophical view to our panel.
Perhaps, I hope so.
Perhaps. Has your life become easier over the last years or more difficult?
I would say it has definitely become more difficult. And I would say the last 12 to 14 months, at least in our role, and for the company as well, were a very hard and difficult trip, and with loads of challenges.
Mm. Which are the elephants you would like to address?
I would say there is one very important elephant that we are only talking about AI agents, and we have not touched yet on the question of physical AI, where the chips and the sensors have a very important role, because what we do now is only collect data from existing intellectual cognitive sources. And I think something that, well, at least I would say Germany has a huge asset is when you look at everything which is manufacturing and physical, touchable things, because AI needs to learn.
Mm-hmm. Do you want to talk about European regulation and sovereignty?
Well,
we keep that for the panel.
It would be kind of boring, I think, that we touch other topics.
I'm pretty sure it will come up, as well as the topic of tariffs, which also affects your company.
Sure.
So thank you so much for being here. And last but not least, if you want to talk trade in Germany, you need to talk with the Ministry of the Economy, obviously, and you need to talk with Christian Vorwig. So come on up here. And the official title is Deputy Director General, German Federal Ministry of Economic Affairs and Energy.
Yeah.
So, and you have been working on trade issues for quite a while, right?
Yes, yes, I did.
Do you still like it?
I still like it. Yeah, it's still challenging, but I like it because, well, it's keeps us alive.
And you are on the road quite a bit. Where were you last week?
Last week I was in Mexico for a second time this year already, because, well, we had a binational commission with Mexico together with our foreign minister, Vadeful. But I've been already in Mexico in March and in the US as well, because what we, for our interest, is mainly how Mexico and the US work together under the USMCA. We are renegotiating this currently, and what is the impact on German companies invested in the US and in Mexico. And this is why we are so much interested in this relation.
And you're going to be back in Washington in a month's time?
Yeah, in July we have a G20 meeting in Washington. We have the US is chairing the G20 right now, and we have a meeting second week of July.
And how's the G20 going?
Well, also challenging. In this case, we're talking about forced labor and these kind of things, and I'm curious how this will be received by the G20. So it's the first physical meeting, and there were another virtual meetings, but it's always better to have a physical meeting to see the real reactions.
And everybody has to have their first start in their careers, professional careers. Just to share a little bit of an anecdote with you. I did an internship gazillion years ago at the BMW car, whatever the last...
Whatever it was at the time.
And Christian was my boss during that time.
Yeah, so. That's right.
Yeah.
It was in trade policy as well.
It was in trade policy. Very different times. Very different times. So please also have a seat. So we are going to talk about trade a lot throughout the conference, but this panel is specifically also devoted to technology and what's happening in the technological realm, where we can cooperate, where we might not be able to cooperate, where also our differences are. And since Andreas, you kicked us off by saying everything has been a little bit rosy so far in our introductory remarks. We were still like referencing joint values, cooperation, the numbers where we are cooperating, and you said, well, we also have to address the elephants and be honest about our relationship. So let us start with you.
Yes, thank you. Everything I heard sounded great, actually. And I would love to keep a relationship between Germany, between the European Union and the United States in a way you described it, to cooperate. The problem in the room is that the United States obviously doesn't want this relationship towards Europe anymore. I can't, in a different way, judge what happened in the Turnberry deal, for example. We are just discussing this in the European Parliament. I'm very closely in contact to my colleagues there, because the question was in the center, are we going to say yes or to say no in this situation? It was a deal where we accept much higher tariffs than the United States. At the same time, I talked to an organization a few weeks ago, Hate Aid, and they were part of the implementation of the Digital Services Act, and because they were sanctioned by the United States, and what they are trying to do now is to get out of all the systems the United States provide in the end. So how can you actually deal with emails without being by Google? How can you deal with financial transactions without PayPal? How are we actually going to do this? And the same question comes up when I look at the international court, and they were cut off the Microsoft systems when they did something that Donald Trump didn't want them to do. And this brings me to the question, how can we in Europe actually, on the one hand, get in cooperation with the United States that has a certain amount of trust in it, but at the same time get stronger and get a more reliable partner for others, for example, for Canada, for example, for Brazil, for example, for Mexico, for example, for Japan. And I did like it a lot that for example, Aleph Alpha, a German company, is now cooperating with Cohere in Canada, because I'm very convinced that we need alternatives. I'm not relying on Google, and I'm not relying on the United States, because there is no reliability that's coming from the other side. And we have to deal with this, and we have to be honest about this.
All right. So, getting right into it, right to the point. We also, as I mentioned earlier on, we also have some state reps with us from the United States, who also maybe can come in later. Monique, maybe you stand up for a second so that everybody sees her. From Vermont, also an expert on digital issues. Thank you, Monique. Because what I am always a little bit careful about, since we are also doing so much on the state level, and you mentioned it earlier, maybe we also have to be careful of saying the United States, right, Andreas? Would you make a distinction, or would you just say, yeah, you would, right?
Certainly, I wouldn't. I'm in contact with people in the United States that do want a very different way of dealing with each other, and wherever it is possible, we should try to work together. That's at the first place. But in a country where, in the end, the president makes decision that is affecting the European Union, I have to also focus on that and find answers to it.
Sure, absolutely. David, how do you feel about that?
Well, I'm going to go right to you, because you want to talk truth, and I want to speak to you truly, from my heart, and hopefully from my brain. How many in this room would agree with you that the German energy policy over the last 20 years was a good idea? How many agree with the Greens on the energy policy of Germany? Please raise your hands if you agree with their policy. Okay, there's at least three in the back. I think that's a pretty important answer. And here's why. I'm not trying to be an asshole, I'm just trying to be clear. The point is there are two major conceptions in the world right now on what is the most important values that we adhere to as human beings. I think the green point of view can be perhaps overly characterized, maybe it's a little bit too narrow, as minimal impact on Mother Earth. You would agree with that generally, that minimal impact on Mother Earth is a good goal, right?
It's a good goal, but it's not the total concept of green policy.
Fair enough. I take that, absolutely. I think a much better goal is human flourishing. Now, human flourishing in the modern sense means growing GDP. It also means a good environment. Nobody here wants a dirty, polluted, horrible world with water you can't drink and forests that are burned down. So we want both. But the green policies in Germany especially, and in Europe more broadly, and on the left of the United States, has been so anti-growth, so anti-development, so anti-energy production, that it has caused huge unnecessary losses. That's why I talked about self-enforced errors. And the people that suffer most are the poorest among us. There are 700 million people on Earth with zero electricity. There are 4 billion people on Earth with less than 4 hours a day of electricity. The only way to a modern middle-class lifestyle is to have electricity, and energy provides that. I'm a tech investor. I'm not an energy person. I don't work for an oil company. But I know that energy is the fundamental industry that bases on all others. So I'll just start with that, being provocative.
Let's bring Christian into the discussion. And there are a lot of different topics on the transatlantic agenda when we talk about tech, right? Maybe you can just briefly outline what the top topics are, which we are currently talking about, apart from the tariff issues.
Apart from tariff issues, yeah. Now, from my perspective, I'm doing trade and economic security. It's basically where we work together in the high-end technologies with the US. It's AI, this is of course very prominent on this panel as well, but also on biotechnology, on quantum technologies, on semiconductors, on robotics, on these high-end technologies where we see a need to work closely together with the US because we are so much interlinked, our economies. It was mentioned here before, even by the young leaders, I think very, very prominent with the figures of investments, of trade, what we're doing, that either one of us wins or we lose together. And this is the situation where we are. This is this very strong transatlantic relations, and this is why we work together in this field. I didn't mention all, I think, but these are basically those come to my mind.
And there has been, I mean, apart from the Turnberry deal, also an agreement on working together on raw materials.
Yes.
Right. I think a lot of us overlooked that. It was not so much in the media. What is that raw materials deal all about?
Well, that's what we felt here in Europe a couple of years ago. Perhaps I can tell a little anecdote when we realized that at least in Germany and in Europe we are so dependent on certain raw materials, certain critical raw materials. I have to say not all raw materials, but certain critical raw materials. And I asked German companies here on how, if they would contribute to sourcing somewhere else in Latin America, in Asia, or well, and they told me, look, I'm buying this on the world market. And we asked, what is the world market here? And the world market turned out to be China. We have several critical raw materials where there's a high dependency, and at least I think it was 1.5 or 2 years ago when everybody realized, when China suddenly imposed export controls on permanent magnets and other critical raw materials, that there is a high dependency. And from the same companies, we got the mails in the ministry saying, look, we have to stop production next week. We have to do something about this. So this has changed completely, and this is why, and it's the same situation, I think, or a similar situation in the US, we realized both that we have to work closer together to get more independent. And this is where the agreement on critical raw materials, or it's an ongoing process of how can we be together more independent from those single sourcings.
Natalie, your company is producing on both sides of the Atlantic. Your value chains are very integrated, right? And you're sourcing also from lots of other countries. You're also very much integrated into the transatlantic market, right, with Canada and with Mexico. And you're at the forefront of advanced manufacturing and also integrating AI into your manufacturing. And the world has become so much more difficult, as you also mentioned. Could you explain to us what it really means to a manufacturing company to maneuver this changing environment?
Yes, first of all, I would like to emphasize really when you are in a globally acting company, like we have got 20,000 associates in the United States, we have more than 30,000 in Brazil, we have more than 30,000 in Turkey, we have got 30,000 in Mexico, so we have got a huge, as you said, very integrated value chain, but, and I think that's something very important too, we work local for local. So when we produce, when we manufacture, we do it for the local market. But indeed, and that's where some critical questions come up, you have got the raw material question. So you have got the question which components or which sources you need to produce certain components you need on other parts of the world. So for example, at the moment we have a disruption concerning one value chain. If you have got components which underlie a certain regulation in the United States, you can't bring them from China to the US. So you have got a totally fragmented world for certain in a certain area, and this area is important to some technologies we make research on and we produce, like for example for connected vehicles. So you have got a huge market where you would lie, where you need to be able to do your production and manufacturing, and then you see, okay, certain value chains or certain components which come from the other part of the world can't be delivered to this place anymore. And that's something where I would say this makes it more difficult, and I'm not yet talking about stops in supply chains, for example. Then that's where it gets even more difficult. For example, if you have got a supply chain which comes from China to Europe and you lose the possibility to continue. And we had this during the pandemic with certain semiconductor components or even the chips themselves. And we have it again and again and again because we have got a very disruptive situation in trade. We have got several wars. We have energy questions which arise. So we have, I think, more challenges. And what we need, and you were talking about the GDP and nurturing the entire world. And if we are in a disruptive situation on one side of the world, where we all need, because I think the main challenges we have at the moment are already there, like climate change or cultural questions or wars and so on. And if I look at this picture and I say, okay, we complicate our world instead of doing things going smoothly, and that's where I'm looking from the perspective working for a company where I would need in my team, I've got 60 people, and over the last year I would say it was really an total overstretch. I would have needed 20 people more only to do questions about regulation, disruption, trade policy, tariffs, which change from one day to the other. And then I'm not talking about the GDP of the world anymore. I think it's we're focusing only on questions. And that's something I only can put the lens on what I do in a company, but I think for the civil society. perhaps it's less, you feel it less, but I think at a certain point it touches civil society.
I think it touches all of us. It also touches upon our work quite fundamentally, because we as bridge builders at Aspen, we bring together different stakeholders from both sides of the Atlantic. And I can say we still love doing it. We think it's even more necessary, but it has not become easier over the last years. So this panel is specifically dealing with trade, technology, and security. So there is a nexus between two or three of them. So I want to make a very quick round asking you about this nexus. Where, Christian, and I know that the ministry is intensely thinking about a new economic security strategy, right? Also coordinating with the other ministries, with you being in the lead. Why are we, or why is there the need to think economic security and trade and technology together? And where would you say, should we really put our focus on? Because as we heard, there are so many things. So where's the focus?
Well, why? Because we want to be at the head of the innovation in Germany and in the United States as well. So this is why we have to care about economic security, to protect this development and to promote at the same time those new technologies where we see big changes in the future. We mentioned AI already. I would add quantum technologies here, because we will see, as far as the experts tell me, in 5 to 10 years, a completely different generation of quantum computers, for example. And so this is a sector we are promoting and we are protecting at the same time. And we are partnering. I'm mentioning these three words because it's essential. It's the backbone of the economic security strategy in the EU and in Germany. Partnering would be together with the US, with the G7, with G7 Plus. We have partners outside the G7 as well, and in Europe. So this is what we're aiming for.
And security, because dependence creates certain risks, or?
Dependence creates risk, but there's also a tech race in the world. What we can see, there's a tech race again in Asia from China on the same technologies. We want to be with our allies, with our like-minded partners ahead of this, and want not be in the setback.
Thank you so much. When we hear about partner, protect, and promote, it's also the three words of the European economic security strategy.
Yes.
Andreas, same question to you. Where's the nexus? But also, what are we protecting? What do we want to protect, and why?
Our democracy, our wealth, our future, the planet. The business model of Germany always used to be cheap fossil energy from Russia, and it's gone. It's not there anymore. The second was being ahead technologically and having the markets in China to export goods. And it's also not there anymore. And it won't come back. The idea that this model is coming back, everybody that thinks this model is coming back will not be successful in the end. And the third pillar was having security and good trade relations to the United States. And at the moment, this stands in question. So all the pillars of our system, of our wealth, of our future are in question at the moment. And so there's the nexus. This comes together. If we want to be strong in future, if we want to have wealth in future, if we want to have technologically the spearhead in the world, then we need to have green technology, to have cheap energy that we can produce here in Germany, in Europe. Then we have to strengthen the internal market. 500 million people in Europe. We have a strong market. We can be so strong in Europe if we stick together. And we have to become more secure when it comes to having relationships to other countries, for example, also the United States, to diversify, to have more contacts to Canada, to Mexico, to Brazil. Only if we change the model for the future, we will be able to keep our wealth and have a good future for our economy in Europe.
And changing models is also never easy and also comes with costs, adaptation costs, right?
Yes, of course.
Yeah, we come back to the solutions in the next round. So Karen, also to you, the Nexus security technology, where is it from your point of view?
So I think at the core of everything we're talking about here is economic growth, it is technological advancement, and there is a core security rationale underlying a lot of these things. There is an inherent connection, and we're seeing that play out. I would offer a couple of thoughts. I think the first is to get to that security, to get to that end, we have to make sure that we are at the cutting edge of these technologies. And by the way, I very much agree that it's not just artificial intelligence, it's also quantum, robotics. There are a variety of important technologies that are on the cut. I mean, we're just in an extraordinary period of human history right now where there are these technologies that are advancing quickly. So we have to do what we need to do to be at the forefront of that. I mean Europe and the United States, and Google as a company that really has a significant foot in both sides of the Atlantic very much sees it that way. And that requires a few things. As I mentioned, it requires investment in infrastructure, it requires investment in people, it requires governments to lead by example, and it requires smart regulatory policies that are going to enable and not deter that advancement. And I'm particularly worried in that regard with respect to not the adoption by big companies, because I think big companies will naturally find their way to doing it. We see that already, but it is the rest of society. If you look at China versus the United States, just as an example, 80% of Chinese enterprises are utilizing AI today. In the United States, and Europe is very close to this number. When you get to that small and medium size, you're looking at 20% or lower. So it is just a dramatically different level of engagement. The trajectory we are on is a trajectory that is concerning. If I can sort of touch quickly on this question of confidence on the transatlantic front, and I very much hear the point about the regulatory uncertainties. We don't like them either. The geopolitical concerns, yes, they're not helpful. But the reality is that we are making bets when we put in investments like $5 billion into Germany to build a new plant here that are a generational investment, right? This is not based on one administration. This is not based on one set of policies. This is based on a fundamental bet as to what our future is. And I think if you talk to Bosch, I think if you talk to a variety of companies that are companies that have historically had strong transatlantic presences, there is confidence that we are going to get through this. I mean, I have been, in my lifetime, maybe I'm dating myself, but I have seen periods go up and down in the transatlantic relationship. We all have, right? The key is that our leaders, and here I underscore business leaders, have the strength of conviction to continue going. And that's why I worry about some of the rhetoric that suggests that, oh my God, we can no longer trust each other. I can assure you at Google, we have deep trust in our European partners and deep trust in our European, whether you're talking government, private sector, and so forth. That's not going to change based on what we're seeing here. Would we like to see a more sedate environment? Absolutely. Would we like to see a regulatory environment that enables it? So anyway, that's my thought on security. I think it resides to some extent on what we do.
Yeah. It's great that you emphasize that you have great trust in Germany. You are investing here. But how are you reacting if you hear we don't have trust in you?
Yeah, do I like to hear that? No. But I will tell you two things, Stormy. One is that's not the message that, to be honest with you, we get from our European, German partners, our industrial partners. The question we frequently get is, why can't we get your products in here faster? And when we point out that the reality is we're not able to do so because of regulatory uncertainty, they are unhappy about that. They feel it themselves. So I'm not hearing that from that. And then the second thing that I think I will say is, it is going to be in both sides' self-interest to rebuild that trust for the reasons that I just stressed. And maybe that's a little bit of why we are seeing coming out of the administration sort of a pro engagement in terms of promoting trade and adoption of AI stacks that are common on both sides of the Atlantic. I think that's maybe in everything else, that is a moment of optimism here.
Mm-hmm. David, security, technology nexus.
Sure. Well, I'm flanked by two gentlemen representing governments, the German government in this case, Parliament and the administration, and then two government relations folks for two of the largest, greatest companies on earth. I'm the only little entrepreneur kind of guy. But I represent, I think, a point of view that's very important because it's the change makers. It's the tip of the spear. It's the entrepreneurs. Many of you, maybe young people, are entrepreneurs. I met one already in the audience right there. And so the entrepreneurs are changing the world as we speak. It is happening so fast that most of us are not aware of it. And I'm going to give one statistic that I think will discomfort you a little bit, and I hope it'll go to make my point again. I just happen to know the data. Recently I saw it in the Wall Street Journal, and you can check if it's true, but roughly from 2008 to 2024, that's about 16 years, the European Union had 500 million people, sort of 1.5 times the US population, but same GDP. Okay? Guess what happened 16 years later? Europe had grown 6%, the United States had grown 82%. It didn't go all to the rich people. Our poor people got 400% richer in this period. Rich people got 900% richer in maybe this longer period, and my data might be from a different data set. But what I'm saying is that growth is good. We need growth. And since we came out of oxen and plows and people being agriculturalists on our own muscle power, the truth of growth has been machines, adding machines to the equation. First, we added machines in agriculture. Combines can farm 1,000 times what a human can do. And then in the factories, instead of sewing by hand, big machines do it. And now we're adding machines to our minds. And this is liberating, and we should not be afraid of it. We should embrace it. And my fear, my great fear, is that well-meaning government people trying to hear a problem that arises from their constituents, whether they're corporate or unions or individual consumers, they'll say, oh, we're afraid of displacement. Well, there's a wonderful word in French, sabotage. Who knows where that comes from? What is a sabot? It's a French peasant wooden clog, a shoe. And people used to throw them into the gears of the machines in the 19th century in France to block progress because they thought, oh, that's the way we can react. I don't want us to be saboteurs. I want us to embrace change, as Bill Clinton said, not resist it. It's rather irresistible. It's also a bright future, not without risks. There are risks for sure. And we had excesses of tearing down all of our beautiful old forest growth in many countries in the world. But we now know a little bit better, and I think with the proper balance between growth and preservation, we can march forward in a very, very bright future. But government has to lighten up. That's the problem that I see.
So when you give policy advice to the Trump administration, so what do you tell them?
I say, do what you're doing, but speak in a more polite, civil way. I think President Trump needs to be taken seriously, but not literally. I know him, I know his family, I know a lot of people in Congress and so on. And he's a unique individual, so I don't want you to obsess too much on him, because we're a whole country of 330 million people, and of course Congress is very divided and so on, and the administrations change and things like that. So, try not to be too harsh a judge on this. And I'm going to push back a little bit. President Trump is channeling a resentment of the middle-class people who used to work in our steel factories and our rubber tire manufacturing, and the whole middle belt, in Detroit as an example of this, who lost their jobs because we outsourced things very blithely and naively to China in a way we thought, oh, cheaper is better. Well, but there's the issue of what about this national political problem that causes resentment of a rising unemployed middle class. You guys suffered that 90 years ago, I think, in Germany pretty seriously. So we have to worry about that. And we also have to worry about the real elephants in the room. Nobody has really mentioned Russia and China. Not those people. The Russian people, the Chinese people are marvelous, but their governments, disastrous, oppressive, horrific. And we have to deal with these very concretely. And so I would say that Germany and Europe in general has not borne their fair share of the defense burden for the past 80 years. It's got to be more rebalanced. I don't want isolation at all. I want a strong, productive, loving, respectful relationship with Europe. I think most Americans do. Most of us are not isolationists. There's a segment, but it's small, tiny minority. We want better, but we've got to be honest as well. Burden sharing, if it's too asymmetrical for too long, will be shocked like an earthquake, and I want it to be more adjustable in a smoother way.
And thank you so much. As you can see, we are not shying away to have also different opinions on the panel, because that's important to put this onto and to talk about the things we also disagree. And Natalie, you probably would disagree that you are not an entrepreneur, or your company.
I'm not
very successful. Very successful. I just said I'm a small entrepreneur. She's a big entrepreneur.
No, but I think there were many points where I'm thinking about. One thing is embracing growth. If you look at technology, and I would say one problem we have in Europe certainly is that we are in a kind of way technology averse. So we don't like change, and we don't like to adapt to new technologies, and that's why I think we are slower than we could be. So we have got a really highest intellectual assets concerning artificial intelligence and in other areas, but we block ourselves. So I would totally agree with you that we need support to, well, maybe even a mind shift and to be less risk and technology averse instead of being trying to be more open and embracing, as you said. And there comes in something you said, a point that I fully understand if I look at it from the governmental side, that you need to implement certain security measures. And at the moment, I know that because we were involved, you ask companies about certain components, where they come from and where they are implemented and so on. And that means that you create, or at least I don't want to blame anybody, but you create a new bureaucracy. And this framework you give us, instead of being open, instead of trusting, instead of creating less bureaucracy, it puts a burden on us that we say as companies, that means we go to another region of the world because it's much easier. And yeah, then I come to the next point, the elephant in the room, a very big one. And I think you address it as well concerning the security topics, is China. Yes. And my opinion is that we, at the moment in Europe, we don't really look at the things that are really important. We have got so many technologies where Chinese technology is on eye level, and they are floating into our markets, and we're sitting there and saying, oh, we need the free world trade and so on. And instead, we are already losing the ground every day, every minute. And we don't look at that. Instead, we are creating bureaucracy, we are creating other questions. And by the way, Chinese companies are very are boosters of energy efficient technologies. So I think we should be prepared for something. When we are already in a fragmented world, then we should be prepared to be at least as clear in our minds, not to give us breaks instead of fostering what we should do, and stand together as Europe and as a market in Europe and with our values and so on. I think we have got many assets we could be stronger with, instead of fighting about little territories of whatsoever.
I'm hearing a slight frustration, and also a slight.
Not only slight, huge.
And all government and parliament want to do is help, right? All you want to do is help.
May I take another joke? Yeah. You know what the eight most dangerous words in the English language are? I'm from the government and I'm here to help.
Well, good introduction. No, just 2 points on what you mentioned. Of course, we from the government side, I think Parliament is the same. We want to make your life as easy as possible, but not as easy as it's not always as easy as it is. Yeah, we spend a lot of time. First of all, about flooding the markets. This is one thing. We realize what is happening. We spend a lot of time thinking about what to do on much increase of imports from China and from other regions that affects companies like yours and the machinery industry, especially the small and medium-sized enterprises are involved here. But it's not so easy. It's not so easy because there's no simple solution. Just close the European markets. We make everything in Europe, and then it's done. Then we are free. We have all the localized industries back again. This is not so easy because, especially German companies, and I think Bosch is a wonderful example for this. You are producing worldwide. You are engaged worldwide, and it's not about closing out one other competitor and then be free of everything. So this is not so easy, but you can be sure we and in the Parliament as well, we think a lot about how can we restructure, what kind of mitigation possibilities we have to protect the European market in the sense of competition, of a fair competition. The second point is, I think what you were referring to you with too much regulation is perhaps due diligence. What I was talking about is more export controls. Or thinking about export controls when we talk about economic security and protecting our market with preventing that certain technologies, also dual-use technologies, go out into places where we don't want to see these technologies. Not only to avoid to win the technology race, but also to protect our values, as Andreas mentioned, on democracy and other values we are proud of and we need to preserve. So this is the part we are talking about. If you talk about due diligence, I agree that some of the regulations are perhaps too burdensome, it's too bureaucratic, and this is why we have introduced the omnibus legislation right now in the European Parliament and want to ease the situation at the same time, not getting away with human rights and other environmental issues.
And Andreas, I saw you sometimes nodding and sometimes shaking your head.
There were good points. I like the point about technology, for example, because what is clear is that growth and wealth will only work with new technologies, and getting away from the old fossil technologies and going into the new clean energy technologies is the way to go. China is doing just that. And we always said it's dangerous to be dependent on Russia when it comes to gas. And we always said we must make sure that the technologies are developed here and that they stay here. When I look at the solar energy, we were the leading country. Now 99% of the solar energy production is in China. And the same thing is happening in so many other fields. And we must stop being naive about this. I really want to emphasize this. It's the same thing with small and medium enterprises, the technology here in Germany. China is attacking these companies here in Europe and in Germany. And at the same time, when I look at the wind energy, I've been there in Rostock, in so many places. China is attacking the wind industry in Germany and is trying to destroy this industry here in Germany. When I look at the steel industry, for example, they are coming to me and they are asking me to give protection when I was in the Green Party when we were ruling still, but now in an opposition still. They tell me we need protection in these situations because they are playing unfair. It's not a level playing field. It's the attempt to destroy technology and future companies here in Germany. And when I then see at the same time, staying with steel, for example, these attacks from China, and at the same time tariffs 50% from the United States, this is a terrible situation for the steel industry in Germany. And Bosch is in a difficult situation as well. I've been there in Stuttgart just recently, just to talk about the technology that you have, that you're producing. How can we get into the future with this? Because having here the companies that produce the spearheads of technology in future is the aim, the only way that we can win in this world. But this needs a different way of dealing together. And I don't like what you said when it comes to cooperation between states and companies. If you look at China, there's a close cooperation. So it's not that there is all of a sudden companies that are so much better and there has no state been involved at all. It's the other way around. China has made a strategic decision that they want to be spearheading in technology in future. And if we want to stay in the front in the future, we have to deal with these questions. We have to be convinced that we want to build up new technology here and that we want to protect that this happens here. And I want Europe to be strong at the first place, and this needs to adjust. And you talked about security. I agree. I agree. And we as a Green Party made a change in our policy in that sense. We need to invest in military because we cannot rely on anybody in the end. We need in Europe to be strong enough to protect what we have here and to be strong enough economically and militarily to have a good future for the citizens here. But we are not there in the public debate. And for me, it's important that, as we said, it's dangerous to be dependent on Russia. I now say, let's go the way till the end. Let's try to make the point, staying in contact with all the countries that do want to have good relationships. We need more trade. We need more cooperation on this world. But we have, at the same time, the obligation to get stronger within Europe. Otherwise, it won't work in the end.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. And with this, we open up for a couple of questions. We take the involvement of our young cooperation partners very seriously. So the first question always goes to one of you, if you want to. And then please also raise your hand. It's a little bit hard to see against, yeah, please. Then you come in next. Anybody of you wants to hop in? Don't be shy. Yeah.
So first of all, thank you for all of your points. I think what's very interesting is the energy question. I think that most of the issues that we see in the German economy is tied to energy policy. So in my view, it was a big mistake to exit nuclear energy. So I think some people might agree, I don't know. But yeah, so from the political side, but also from like the business side, do you think that at least these new small module nuclear reactors might be an option for Germany in the near future?
And we collect a couple of more and then do one last round. Yes, please. And always say who you are and introduce yourself.
Hi, thank you very much for the interesting conversation. I'm Varsh. I've worked in the AI and software engineering space for more than 10 years. I've also led engineering teams in deep tech and in climate tech and now in health tech. And I'm also an independent researcher working in neuromorphic computing at the moment. And so my first question is, given that we are at this disruptive stage in technological innovation, I also see that there is a really large gap in societies on the understanding of the technology itself from a user standpoint, from a civilian standpoint. And this gap is really large, and this gap keeps widening. And I also see that this kind of influences how civilians actually participate in a democratic society. Because sometimes I feel like due to this gap, they cannot fully participate. And also this, for example, in the past 6 years, AI and LLM models have undergone really fast development, and you see people who are in like 40s and 50s, they are still trying to wrap their heads around it, and some of them even own the small and medium-sized businesses. So, like, what is being done to kind of bridge this gap, and what are the thoughts around this and how to look at policy in this regard. Yeah.
Great, thank you so much. And maybe one last one. Yes, please.
Thank you. I'm Yuri Mar. I'm an intern in the Ministry for Economic Affairs and Energy right now, so I liked your introduction. My question is, because you were discussing different measures, how we should be self-sufficient, or also regarding China, how we should maybe safeguard ourselves or how open we should be. And my question is if any of you sees any role for multilateral international institutions like the WTO, or if you just think we are in a post-institution time and now we are on our own. And
oh, I love this question. Do you like the WTO? Do you like the WTO?
I mean, I guess there were...
Yes, the answer is yes.
Okay.
All right, so we do a last quick round, and I want to know from all of you, in addition to answering these questions, and it's going to be hard to answer this. Yeah, it's more in the sense of making a decision. Your one policy which you would like to be implemented in the next year, which you think is going to solve a lot of our problems. Christian?
One policy. No, this is really a difficult question, but I think coming with the last question and adding to this, I think the one policy is really to rely or to work on a rules-based system whatsoever. I'm not saying only WTO or so, but a rules-based system and predictability is very essential, and this is where we work together with the US side. We're working within the German government and in Europe to try to fix this margin where entrepreneurs can do their business. If there are no rules, it's difficult to do business.
I remember that a couple of years ago we had a different situation. We had members of the WTO here. We were discussing exactly the question of the post-institutional... Oh, no, it wasn't post, it was still in. But the diagnosis was WTO is a very weak organization. So already this couple of years ago, when I went out of this building, I thought the WTO or whatsoever organization needs to be rebuilt from the bottom to the top. And that's why I would join into your opinion and say the only thing that can help and especially resolve all our problems, if we would have a strong organization where the trust can be recreated over the fragmentation we have already.
And we do have oh yeah, I mean, you can always applaud between. We also have a panel tomorrow on multilateral institutions and rules, and we are also going to have representatives from the WTO and German representatives at the WTO present here.
Okay, I'll try and answer the three questions. The first question was about energy, small nuclear reactors. Of course, I'm in favor of small nuclear. Is anybody opposed to small nuclear reactors if they're safe? And yes, why? Okay, anyway, won't have time, but that's good. But I want to say something very important, and it's mainly to you, Andreas, because I think you're a person of goodwill and you're very smart. We're not going to use less fossil fuels in the future. We're not. The world is using more fossil fuels than ever. This is true. Just check the data. Don't check me. Google it. And here's why. There are 5 important components of modern civilization, I think you'll agree after I say this, that are impossible to make just with electricity. So even if we go to just nuclear power, it won't solve our problems. We cannot make fertilizer without fossil fuels. We cannot make plastics. We cannot make glass. We cannot make steel. And we cannot make cement. And that could go on. Well, he's going to invent a new physics. But I think that that's true. Even China is building many coal plants right now. So if you might think, oh, we're being very virtuous in Germany by banning coal production in Europe or the US under Democrats, China's building lots of coal. So I'm saying that we need to use more, especially for poor people. I don't care about rich people because we're all fine. Poor people need energy, and they suffer immense damage in their lives without it. So that's for energy. Okay, number two is about you talked about innovation and regulation and so on, and entrepreneurs. My biggest bet is that the best regulator is competition in the market. Adam Smith proved this decades ago, and Ricardo talked about trade that's positive. So I'm generally a free trader. I think that some of the balances politically, when a middle class gets hollowed out by exporting jobs to, say, China, it causes backlash and you get reactions that are sometimes very counterproductive. On the whole, though, my policy for energy and for most things is energy freedom. I'll say it that way. No mandates and no subsidies. Let the users decide. If a utility wants to supply Google, let them do it. I would say to protect the political backlash, make Google bring its own power to its own data centers. Don't have Mrs. Smith or Mrs. Gutentag have to pay higher rates because Google's sucking up a lot of energy. Let them bring their own power, and you're happy to pay for it.
Which we do.
See, so that's a way to solve some of that problem. It's political and economic.
And since we are running a little late,
too much.
It was a great lead over.
Yes, on SMRs, we're exploring, we've already got one deal in the United States. It's a very interesting technology. I expect to see more. Your point about the difficulty in people getting their head around like how this technology resonates, absolutely. There will be, I can't tell you the number of times somebody say, I'm not really sure about AI. I don't think it's benefiting me, but I really love that new feature in Google Search where it provides you with the synopsis up front, right? So there is an importance to getting people to lay hands on technology and feeling it to get a more educated electorate workforce. So I agree with that. I applaud, I think this may be the only person under the age of 35 who has ever asked a WTO question in all the many panels that I've been on. So somebody in Geneva is very happy right now. Look, I'm all for multilateralism, and there's some of these issues that we are going to, we can agree among ourselves what we will or will not do with artificial intelligence. If China is going in an entirely different direction, it's kind of irrelevant. So we need some institution to do that. What I struggle with the WTO is it is just so. Having sat in those meetings, it's like watching paint dry sometimes. So it is really hard. I think, quite frankly, I would never say we abandon it, but I do think it needs to be supplemented by more practical things. And your one policy question would be more just a change in approach. I think it really needs this old style form of regulation where we take there's multiple, we work separately as policymakers, and eventually the word comes down. Just doesn't fit for the moment that we're in with the technological advancement that we're in. It's just got to be a much faster, more interactive approach. Because I agree, regulation is important. It is critically important to build trust and to allow investors to know sort of where to go. But the pace we're at is not viable.
And last but not least.
Starting with energy, I'm just looking into figures. The cheapest energy that we can produce is renewable energy, 4 to 5 cents about producing energy with solar energy, wind energy. When I look at nuclear energy, then it's 40 cents. So you can ask yourself, do we want cheap energy or expensive energy? And then that's the decision. And if I want to look into the markets now, after having the crisis in Iran, there were billions of dollars going to the new clean technologies, to CATL, to BYD, the battery technology. That is going to China at the moment, because there the new technologies, the clean energy technologies are rising and rising. It's huge, it's enormous. If we want to be part of this, then we should go with everything we have into new technologies. And looking at new technologies within nuclear, we can do research and then we see whether it happens in the end. I'm very sure it will be much more expensive, so it won't in the end help us in any way. And to come to your question, the thing that we should change, that we should do, maybe it's a little bit unfair what I'm doing, but I'm referring to the Draghi report, because in this Draghi report we have a lot of suggestions how we can actually reduce bureaucracy and reduce the problems we have within Europe, because as I said, the only way to go is to strengthen Europe from within, and so we have to open up borders, we have to reduce the borders also economically within Europe to get stronger here in Europe with our technology and with our economy.
So everything is on the table, we just have to do it. And with this, give the panel a big applause. So we do a quick family picture up here, and then we have a brief 2 or 3 on 2, 1 on 2 up here. I know it's getting a little hot in here. We're going to open the doors, and coffee is also already waiting, but we have a fantastic discussion coming up. But first, family photo.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Photo.
Photo ohne.
I appreciate your point of view.
So, vielen Dank. Einmal ganz schnell das Foto.
Da.
Quick photo. And everybody don't run away. We have a fantastic discussion coming up in a second. That's tomorrow. Great, thank you so much. And with this, I need a little bit of help up here to change the seats. Und ich brauche drei von denen hier. 4, sorry, 4. Vielen Dank, das war super. Es war fantastisch. Ja, natürlich, genau, das wollen wir ja. Ja. So, darf ich euch bitten, may I ask you to first... And I would take one more, ja, das brauche ich unbedingt. One more. All right. Okay, and with this, I would like to ask you to get seated again. I see a lot of people out there. This is not the coffee break. So if you would come all back in here. I know that this is also the moment when you love to network, but we are on a tight schedule. So, and also to be respectful to everybody who has joined online, can I ask Dan, come up here, Dan Mulaney, and yes, please, and also Clark Price. So, give those two the attention they deserve and the applause they deserve. And I would like to ask our team to tell everybody that this is not the coffee break and that everybody comes on in. So please have a seat.
Here or do you want us?
All those chairs.
Great.
Oh, and now I did a little bit of screaming, so my voice is doing me an unfavor.
It's so good to see you up here, and it's so good to have the three of us together after so many years of working together through trade policies over the decades, failed, success, you know, it's
all successes.
All success, I'm sorry.
Absolutely,
yes, right.
We have not done this so far. This is the first time that all three of us are on this panel. If you want to talk trade, tech, and transatlantic relations, the both of you are the people to talk to.
Why, thank you.
Dan, tell us a little bit about your history in trade and how it was working in the USTR office throughout different administrations.
Well, I'm a lawyer by training, so I was in a law firm, and then I did WTO litigation, a big fan of the WTO, and then I went and worked in Brussels as the USTR trade representative, and then I went back and I was assistant USTR for Europe and the Middle East, and my successor is the gentleman who is going to be coming tomorrow. So I was the chief negotiator for TTIP, chief negotiator for various other comprehensive agreements between the United States and Europe, and how that played out over different administrations was, you might be surprised to hear, a surprising amount of continuity. We heard, there was a lot of different rhetoric at the political level, a lot of, sort of high-level, binary changes between different administrations, but the overall thrust was very consistent.
Mm-hmm. So, under which administrations did you serve? Which president?
I started under Clinton, and then went up through Obama, and then Trump won, and then midway through Biden.
Recording in progress.
Oh, all right, now it's time to clean up. Now it's time to clean up my language. Yeah, and then so through the first Trump administration, then midway through the Biden administration, I left and I joined Atlantic Council as a senior fellow to try to pursue these objectives of a positive transatlantic relationship from the outside. And I have to say, when I left the Biden administration midway through, I really had no idea of the challenges that were soon going to be facing us. I assumed we were going to be on a kind of a calm trajectory.
I'm not going to ask you, at least not on the on the podium, who was your favorite president. We can leave that for the discussion outside. But I'm going to ask you about the moment in your trade career you were most proud of.
I think, and this may surprise people, when we launched the comprehensive free trade agreement between the United States and the European Union, the TTIP, I think that was a bold move that we needed to do. It was something I was very proud of, because we made a lot of progress, even though we didn't finish it. And also, we were very prescient in a way. I mean, we decided in TTIP that we were going to address our global challenges of common concern, and a lot of that related to China, non-market economy policies and practices, the beginning of supply chain resilience. And this is in 2013, we were way ahead of our time. We also focused very much on trying to address the regulatory barriers between us, so-called non-tariff barriers, which are super prominent right now in causing some of the friction that we're seeing, I think, right now between the United States and the European Union. So I think we absolutely did the right thing that I was very proud of, and happy to lead for 3 years until it essentially timed out. And I think the one thing on reflection that maybe we didn't do well was recognize the sense of urgency. There was a certain amount of pressure building up about the World Trade Organization, about the disputes, about the challenges that we were both jointly facing from China that we needed to work together on, about some of the regulatory barriers. And I don't think we in the United States maybe appreciated or communicated well enough that these were not things that were nice to do. At the time, we thought they were nice to do. This is very good for the transatlantic relationship. I'm not sure we fully appreciated that we needed to do them. And so what happened was the pressure built and built and built until the pipe exploded. And we're in that phase now where we're trying to contain the damage from, I think, not having firmly and with a sense of urgency addressed the very problems that we're facing now. So I don't know if that makes that my proudest moment. I guess doing TTIP was my proudest moment. Upon reflection, the regret of not pushing ahead and getting it done with a sense of urgency and with a realization that we actually needed to do it, or the relationship was going to hit some really rocky waters. I think that's where we fell short.
Well, thank you so much, and we come back to this later on, and I'm also going to ask you to explain trade policy making right now and the priorities. But I want to now turn to Clark. Currently, you are the senior fellow at AGI. Many might still remember the old name, AICGS, the American Institute, the American German Institute. You're a senior fellow, but before that, you had a long esteemed career as a civil servant in the Foreign Office, State Department, and you were also Washington's man here in Berlin for quite a while, also under different administrations. You opened up our conference a couple of times, standing right there. Now you are sitting here. Tell us a little bit about your past.
So my past really, I would say, starts at the University of Chicago, where I was a student and learned to be a deep, deep believer in free trade, which is still part of my inner soul, as it were. I joined the State Department in 1989 under George Bush Sr. and was a Foreign Service officer for many, many years. I had studied German in Freiburg. My dream was to serve here. And so it was really just a wonderful experience to be both the economic minister from 16 to 19, working very closely with Dan over at USTR, and then chargé d'affaires and deputy chief of mission under Joe Biden. I also would, if you don't mind, like to respond to one thing Dan said about perhaps missed opportunities. I think the key missed opportunity we as governments did was I don't think we explained the importance of trade to our peoples very well, neither in Germany nor in the US. And I think if you remember the TTIP negotiations, there was a massive amount of distrust. You remember Chlorhähnchen, and you remember dispute settlement mechanism. And I think our two populaces didn't trust each other, but I also think that the American people didn't trust trade negotiators, diplomats, and the same thing in Germany. And if I have a regret, it's that we didn't find a better way within both of our societies to reach out, to do the kind of work you're now doing to make certain that people understand the context. So that's what I would say in terms of criticism, which was not an answer to your question, but I wanted to get that out.
But reference the earlier discussion about, well, clap for that, but clap by all means, yeah.
Thanks.
Reference the earlier discussion about state and local governments and reaching out at state and local levels. I think that is an excellent way to communicate at a very local level where the rubber meets the road, where trade creates economic opportunities in the local areas. I think those connections are, I used to be kind of skeptical about them, I guess, a little bit because I was in the federal government and we did the trade negotiations. But I think it's extraordinarily important to bring on the local communities, the local leaders, and have them appreciate the importance of a good transatlantic alliance, the importance to their economy of being tied in to Europe and to Germany. So delighted to see the various state representatives that are here. I think that's a really important factor for the reason that Clark mentioned.
Mm-hmm. Both of you have negotiated with Germany and the EU. And you did with regard to TTIP, but also with the tech and many other issues you did here on the ground. What's strange about us?
Oh.
A long list?
No, not really a long list. I would say that it won't come as a surprise to people. Germans are very, shall we say, rule-based, and it was always like the key thing was what's the rule going to be? And Americans, I think, are a bit more flexible and more looking at the outcome and a little bit less concerned about the specific rules. And so sometimes with Germans, you have to start from A, and if you're an effective German diplomat, you have to start with like omega with the Americans. So that's how I would say.
Yeah, I think there were there's such extreme opportunities for misunderstandings because Europe comes from a fundamentally different place. If you're working with the Commission, it's not a nation state. It's an organization that oversees a bunch of sovereign states. They have limited jurisdiction. They have to work with member states, and I think a lot of the places where Germany and specifically and the EU in general come from can give rise to a lot of misunderstandings where there's a legislative action or a regulatory action which is totally understandable and justifiable in Europe, but somehow the United States, for instance, sees it as an affront. They're clearly out to get us. They're not just regulating or doing their thing for their own people. It's all about targeting the United States. And so I think that was one of the more challenging things. I think one of the important jobs I felt I was doing, and I know Clark was doing, is explaining what the Americans were doing to the German and the EU officials and vice versa, explaining when something happens that you know is going to drive somebody in Washington crazy. Go to that person early on and say, okay, this is not a big thing because, or I know you're hearing A, but what it really means is B. And being able to because our biggest challenge in a way is that we think we're very close, we think we're very tied in together, we think we're very similar, and in a lot of areas we come from fundamentally different places, and if you don't understand the assumptions going in of the other side, then you're not going to be able to work out arrangements.
Yeah, I'm thinking of two examples. There was a very, very complicated defense issue that we were working on back in Washington, where there was a true misunderstanding between the United States and the European Union. And behind the scenes, Germany was incredibly, incredibly helpful to explaining our position to other EU member states and also explaining to us Americans, look, this is a true red line. For instance, the French really have a red line here. Do not violate it or you will not get what you're looking for. And that kind of partnership where we could speak honestly to each other in the pursuit of common goals was absolutely essential. Secondly, when we were working after the Russian reinvasion of Ukraine on sanctions on Russia, our cooperation with the European Union was so unlike what you'd expect it to be. It was non-bureaucratic, it was results-based, and we moved really fast. And so sometimes when people criticize the European Union as being this slow, huge organization that doesn't move, I remember that, and I remember it being effective and supportive.
Mm-hmm. And I would say one of the things that's interesting right now is I've observed in all these things that we were trying to address during TTIP that the United States and Europe substantively are becoming more convergent. I think we're both interested in using tools to combat non-market economy policies and practices. We're both focused on rules and regulations that can help encourage domestic industry. And so in so many different areas where we were not able to work together before, we should be able to work together. But at the same time, because there is this sort of very disagreeable rhetoric out there that makes half or many of the people in Europe say that that's it, we can't trust the Americans have given up on the relationship. Once you have, especially government officials, start talking in terms of the United States has given up on the relationship, the United States doesn't care, then you almost can't have the kinds of great exchanges that you're talking about, where you just pick up the phone, sit down, and work out a deal. So we're entering an era where I think we need to try to distill away some of that emotional aspect, somewhat. You have to understand. I just spent 4 days in Brussels. And the number of times I was told that I don't care about the relationship anymore, it would drive you crazy. And it was like the constant story. I think we need to get past that, and then we can sit down and actually recognize where our interests overlap and where we can pursue things together.
And I want to thank Stormy and Aspen for doing this, because having you here, having Stormy promote the transatlantic relationship at a very difficult time is exactly what we need. And you being in the audience and showing you care, I mean, thank you.
But it's not easy, right? I mean, if earlier this year, the threat with regard to Greenland, I mean, there was a very red line for the Europeans. And to rebuild trust is just really hard. Or the repeated threat of yet new tariffs, that is just then hard to digest. So I hear a lot, can't we just compartmentalize? You have the trade conflicts on one hand side, but we are cooperating on the other. And then I'm always thinking, but we are humans. I think we can compartmentalize our feelings. So.
Well, I have a really specific example I would point to. I would say all of you should go to YouTube and look up the U.S.-EU Strategic Partnership on Critical Minerals and see Marco Rubio and Maros Sefcovic sign that agreement and talk about the importance of the transatlantic relationship in concrete terms. How does it benefit our two societies? I watched that, and to be honest with you, I was really inspired because we were doing something together on something really relevant, and it's just in April.
And that is absolutely true. And I listened to that recording, and I almost couldn't believe it was the same gentleman that had been talking the week before. But I think it's also undeniable that sort of the level of anger and Greenland being a red line, crossing a red line, that I think is having impact. I mean, I'm delighted to come here and hear especially the young professionals saying, no, I'm sort of optimistic, and a lot of the businesses, which is relatively more common than the government, saying, no, we have an important relationship, we need to build it. But I think it's undeniable, and I can say this 4 days talking to European Commission and Council officials in Brussels, it's undeniable that the mood music being so bad stands in the way of sitting down and making progress. And I very much regret that. And I think we do need to get past that somehow, whether that means we're becoming less human or we're compartmentalizing. Somehow we need to reach a point where we can sit down and deal constructively to pursue our common interests.
So we are going to go a little bit into the break because we also started late. You might also be wondering, what is this empty chair doing up here? You have been seeing a lot of me. You have been seeing a lot of panels up here. This is the first time we are breaking through this, through the stage and through the audience. Yeah. So who would like to come in and ask a question or to contribute? Oh, that was fast. Come on up here. Give her an applause.
Come on down. Is this like Monty Hall?
Yeah. And the mic is coming.
Thank you. Introduce myself? Or?
Yes, please.
Okay. My name is Laura Marenbach. I am an adjunct professor at the Technical University of Munich, a senior researcher at the University of Bonn, as well as a non-resident fellow at the Quincy Institute in Washington, D.C., and a research consultant for a DC-based firm. So I'm literally transatlantic, including my citizenship and my marriage. So really, I'm all in. And I'm also grateful to Stormy for being so provocative. I love it. You just keep putting people on the spot. And this is why my hand went up so fast. Because I thought I would try to do the same. So thank you both for your very open discussion of what's going on in the world, in the transatlantic relationship, and especially these issues of communication. And we all know the US MCA is being renegotiated at the moment, right? Those negotiations are interesting. They're going faster here, slower there. And my question is, what do you think will happen? And what are the implications for Europe, in particular, if, in fact, we found last week, for instance, that Canada and Mexico both said, come on, 16 more years, we want it. What will happen if, in fact, it instead goes into this annual review period where, for the next 10 years, US, Canada, and Mexico have to do this all over again? What are your thoughts on that?
Thank you.
I think it's not impossible that kind of situation arises. I think what that means is then you do end up in sort of a period of relative stability, but only relative to chaos, where you do go for periods of time, constantly reviewing, extending, reviewing, extending, but potentially not. I mean, I'm hoping this doesn't work out this way, but not having the assurance that, okay, we have this agreement in place for 16 years. And it's also useful to remember that when NAFTA was renegotiated with the USMCA under Trump 1, this review after 6 years was built into the process. So it was almost a doctrine of the first Trump administration that you can't sign deals that go forever because circumstances change. You need to revisit them. It is true that this review has ended up being closer to a renegotiation than a simple review. But I think that that reflects that the Trump administration thinks that things are changing pretty rapidly, and they may not be able to lock things in for long periods of time.
So I would point to a different metric, and that is looking at the public's view of our trade policy. When Donald Trump came into office, his administration had a +4 rating from the American people as a whole on trade policy. Right now, it's almost -30%. I think what you're seeing is the American public is looking at the way this administration has conducted trade policy And to put it diplomatically, as a diplomat, there are many questions. And so while right now I can imagine there being very tough MCA negotiations, I'm predicting that after this administration in particular, the American public will be more appreciative of trade, more appreciative of our nearby neighbors, and that annual review process will either become much easier or perhaps slip into less than annual reviews. That would be my prediction.
It's not clear that these excess tariffs, with what they do with U.S. prices, that's a popular move.
Right.
I mean, the administration likes tariffs, but there's a huge downside among the electorate, and so I think they're going to be watching that very carefully.
And there are midterm elections coming up, and then presidential ones afterwards. Thank you very much. And we have time for one more.
Somebody take the mic.
I can take the mic, the guardian of the mic. Yes, please. Oh, and that's a far way to come from all the way back there, up here. And it's time for an applause.
I like the way Stormy said, "Come on in. We'll have a coffee break soon," and then
we
like don't have the coffee break. We're like sitting here between these fine people and their coffee, but having a good time at it for sure.
Yeah. Hi, my name is Timothy Chan. I'm a doctoral candidate at the University of Constance. My research intersects between the political economy of trade and finance. So I have the first academic question, which is, since the 1930s, one of the big questions on the global economic order, trade order, has been how do you balance trade surpluses and trade deficits? And given this second China shock, right, I want to get your take on how the world or the transatlantic should approach Germany has been guilty of trade surpluses for the longest time, but also China is now a big problem in a sense. So how do you deal with that problem? Because one prominent figure in the US has been Brad Setzer from the Council of Foreign Affairs, Foreign Relations, CFR. And the idea is to impose 10% tariffs on all countries, right, to balance American deficits and basically to rearrange many of the imbalances, trade imbalances that the US has, in a sense. So I want to take your take on that, in a sense. Second,
this just one. Yeah, okay. Because there is coffee waiting. And that is a big question, though.
You get one question and one question only.
Please, Dan.
Well, there's been so much discussion about goods trade deficit. Does it matter? Does it not matter? You know, obviously the Trump administration, sees it as a really key indicia. Europe is now looking at the relationship with China and then saying, oh, this trade deficit, that's problematic. I think opinions differ, on this question of the goods trade deficit. And I think the trade deficit or trade surplus ends up and will maybe continue to end up as sort of a proxy for other things that are going on. I mean, probably the difficulty with China is not just they're sending Europe lots of stuff, or they're sending the United States lots of stuff. They're doing it by subsidizing massively, by directing the state enterprises, through forced technology transfer, which they've now convinced the Europeans is a good idea. So that's how bad it got. Intellectual property theft. So I think the deficits end up being a bit of a proxy for other things that are going on, like excess capacity, and certainly, President Trump, when he talks about the goods trade deficit with Europe, which he does a lot of, it's always in connection with, and they're so unfair to us. Now, whether you think Europe is unfair to us or not, he's looking at the trade numbers and saying, well, the various regulatory barriers and other issues, economic issues between the United States and Europe are a problem, and the trade deficit is a bit of a proxy for those problems.
Well, first of all, I'm glad you mentioned the Setzer paper, The Second China Shock. I think it's really worth reading because it's very, very objective, and it really highlights, I think, the biggest challenge in the trading regime globally. It also, I think, is the thing that should be bringing us, the US and the EU, together, because our interests are shared here. And if we get a good deal with China, you're probably going to get a bad deal with China. If you get a good deal with China, we'll get a bad deal. The best way to reinforce economic growth in all of our societies in the US and the EU is to work more closely together. So that's what I draw from it.
Yeah. Well, any individual unilateral measure from the United States or the EU is going to be much less effective in attaining the objective than those two measures working in conjunction. So maybe the EU has anti-coercion instrument or an international procurement instrument or the foreign subsidies instrument or maybe a Section 301 instrument. You know, United States may have totally different instruments, but the important thing is that we agree on the objective and maybe coordinate our very different instruments in a way that we can achieve the objective. And I don't think that's deniable. So, you know, the necessity to work together to achieve that objective, I think, is pretty obvious.
And these are fantastic ending words for our discussion up here. And we are going to revisit a lot of the topics during the course of our conference. So thank you very, very much. A big applause to our panelists and also to our questionnaire. And with this, enjoy your coffee. We are reconvening at 3, and we do have to do so because we have a fantastic guest coming in online to join us. So be back at 3.
We were better than coffee.
I know. Going to continue. The doors are going to close in a second. So I would love to ask everybody to come inside. I know that the breaks are always shorter than, or seem to be shorter than they are, but we are going to have more breaks coming up. But foremost, we have fantastic panel discussions coming up. And for me, now the part of the conference also starts when I can lay back, put my feet up, and enjoy a little bit, because I'm not moderating the next panel. So Johannes, why don't you join me up here and give our next moderator a big applause.
Thank you.
And we also always try to give our moderators a little bit of a spotlight. You have been here at our conference before, but in different roles.
Yes. I think it's my 4th time here, something like that. Yeah.
A regular. So what are you doing now?
So I used to be a journalist for a long time and an author, and now I'm doing consultancy for digital crisis communication. So the things we are talking about is the things that our companies are coping with, and I'm trying to help them do it in a communication appropriate way.
What do you want to get out of the next panel?
So I think we all know that the situation between Europe and the US is a little bit complicated right now, and maybe a little bit inspiration and how to move forward and what the situation actually is in terms of cybersecurity cooperation.
And you are with FGS Global, right?
Yes.
And that is a consultancy working
Yes.
transatlantically?
We are officially an American company, so yeah.
Yeah, and one of our board members is also a partner with you, Bill Klein.
Yes.
So we've known each other also institutionally, company-wise, for quite a while. And with this, I hand over to you, because we also have somebody joining online today. And I'm looking at Molly, everything. Oh yes, this is always the second I get most worried about. Is everything going to work digitally? Here. And if we want to look into his eyes, we are actually not looking at the screen, but we have to look this way into the camera. So I'm handing over to you.
Thank you so much.
Good luck.
So I won't say anything for the intro, because you can think of the topic cybersecurity resilience super pressing at this time. And I'm very happy that Jake Brown is here. He is, or not here, but he is here virtually. and he's the former acting Principal Deputy National Cyber Director in the Biden White House and the CEO of Cambridge Global Advisors. Jake, great to have you. Thanks for coming over. Don't know where you are, but it seems you're pretty busy, so thank you for being here. Next on stage is John Riles. He's from the Federal Foreign Office, and he is Director of Digitization, Cyber Defense, Digital and Data Policy. Thanks for being here, John. And last but not least, made his way from Brussels, Christian Tracci. He is the Strategy Officer at the European Cybersecurity Organization. Thanks for coming. So maybe a little bit setting the scene. Jake, I want to start with you. When you look at the current situation in the world, we have the unresolved conflict war in Iran, we have the Ukraine war, and a lot of other tensions. How is it reflected in the cyber information domain? What do you see, and where do you see the most challenging things are happening?
Well, hi, first of all, thanks for having me. Guten Tag, and appreciate your time here and the great work the group is doing to put events like this on. I know we all really enjoy coming to Munich for the MCSC as well as the other events around MSC. So again, thanks for having me. So as we know, conflict now is really nearly always hybrid conflict, meaning that you rarely get a simply kinetic war or anything else. Everything winds up having cyber as a piece of it. So whether it be Ukraine or Iran or whatever, or our great power conflict with China, cyber is kind of an underlying component of that the entire time. What I do think, though, is that we've seen that folks like, for example, the Iranians have actually gotten quite good at really embracing the concept of hybrid threats and understanding that they can do a whole host of things, like, for example, mis and disinformation around our elections, DDoS attacks against our financial institutions, to undermine confidence in the banking infrastructure, which they did after Stuxnet, and so on. And so what used to be kind of one tool in the toolbox, being cyber, is now kind of a pervasive component that exists even at times of low conflict, and then spikes dramatically during times of high conflict. But it's almost like an ever-present hybrid threat between powers and conflict as we see it today.
Thank you, Jake. Maybe, John, when we look at Germany, we are not involved directly into the conflict or the war in Iran, but it's truly affecting supply chains. Does it also affect our security in the digital and information sphere?
Yes, it actually does, but I would say also in surprising ways. When we think of cyber actors attacking Germany, attacking our systems, we used to worry just about the big actors, about China, about Russia. But what we've seen over the last few years was really a trend of, I would say, actors of the second row really catching up and actually becoming threats to our systems as well. And Iran is part of that group. It's a group where we have a couple of countries. Iran belongs to these countries, and when the war started, we actually saw the number of attacks coming from Iranian actors dropping dramatically, because logically Iranian cyber actors were busy doing other things. So in a way, this was one of the very concrete results we saw in our German systems. How this will play out in the longer run is unclear, because what we are always seeing in war scenarios is a big deal of catching up, technological catching up by countries involved in these kind of conflicts. And at this point, we can't say how the war against Iran will play out, but it may play out in a way that makes Iran emerge as an even stronger cyber actor, which means we'll have a stronger threat to face.
Christian, maybe setting the scene with you. You have the all-over European perspective. What do you see, and what are trends and things that are emerging right now?
Hi, everybody. First of all, thanks for the invite. I would start from the biggest lens right now in cybersecurity in Europe, but beyond, is how it's become political. Some people would argue that cyber has always played a little bit of a political role. It's always been politicized since 30 years. But today, this trend has reached a different level. It could be a good thing, in a sense. It means that it's gotten important. It's gotten the attention of the minister or the prime minister or the president. But in some cases, it's also become politicized, right? Within countries, across countries, and even when we're talking about threat actors or allies, right? So this new dimension of cyber as a political phenomenon is different than what we had 10, 15 years ago. It makes things a lot more complicated in some areas of cooperation. And it shifts the conversation on other topics, for example, the economic dimensions that we were talking about in the previous panels.
Maybe adding up to what you just said, the cooperation aspects. When we look at NATO, when we look at security, our transatlantic partnership is super essential. It's also when we look into cyber. And Jake, maybe from your perspective, has the relationship and also the sharing of information, the cooperation in this regard, has it changed?
Oh, for sure. I think that it is still the case that Europe is, or countries, the EU and the member states, as well as our partners in the UK and the Five Eyes, are, America's greatest allies. And hopefully that remains true both ways. That being said, there's serious tensions right now that are kind of undeniable. And there's, trust has been strained at best. And, because of that, I think that we've seen a wariness on the part of both sides to share information. And I think, we've seen the current administration in the U.S. have some very specific views on how Europe deals with things like freedom of speech and also multilateralism in general. Obviously, most member states and others feel very differently about this than the current administration does. And you can have all the classified systems in place that you want, and all the best information sharing processes and so on. But if there isn't that basic trust at a human to human level, information sharing and then the resulting cyber defensive and offensive operations that come from that are going to diminish, and I think that's what we've seen happen.
So maybe, John, I have a complicated question because you're a diplomat, and I'm very excited on your answer. From your point of view, from the federal office, foreign office, has the relationship changed? Is it become more difficult?
Well, the answer is yes, unsurprisingly. But you've also said it. You said the transatlantic relationship is essential. And if you look at cyberspace, there's probably no other area where the transatlantic partners are as closely intertwined as in cyberspace. Look at the technology we are using on both sides of the Atlantic. We are talking about the same systems. So there's really, I would say, a very strong case to be made to live the transatlantic relationship in all aspects that make sense, and to fill it with life, to continue filling it with life. But at the same time, given the irritations in our relationship, of course, we need to be a lot clearer about defining the areas of cooperation. The transatlantic relationship is no longer the one answer to all the political questions that we are grappling with, but we need to define which are the exact areas where cooperation makes sense. And I can think of plenty of areas in the cyber domain where it does make sense. And just to give you 2 examples, I would say one big area remains fighting cybercrime, in particular ransomware. And there's a great example of a US-led initiative, the counter ransomware initiative that was started by the past administration, but which I understand is continuing under the current administration, that really brings together transatlantic partners. So I think if you take that as an example, there will be a whole range of topics where we will be continuing our cooperation, and that's what we should be focusing on. It's not as much, it's not only about what governments like to throw at each other. It's really about the concrete cooperation that takes place between experts, between businesses, and between scientists. And you see so much going on, continuing going on.
That's a positive note. I like that. Christian, you wanted to say something, you wrote something down.
Definitely agree with some of the points you made, for example, the cybercrime cooperation. The other point to make here, I think, is recalling the previous panel, I think there's a little bit of a disconnect between what's a narrative, what we read on the newspapers, which is true to a certain extent, and then what happens in practice. And in practice, I think there are 2 or 3 camps. One could be called something like the realists, people who accept the structural factors, the numbers that we heard, the level of technology that we use, and they work with it to fix the problem that they have in their systems today. And then there's another camp that is either unhappy or looking at it from a different perspective or with a different timeline down the line, 10, 15, 20 years. And they're voicing a completely different arguments and reading of the situation.
Maybe talking about collaboration and also learning, we know that Ukraine is, long before they've been physically attacked, there has been a lot of operations, be it disinformation intertwined with cyber attacks, but also very disruptive cyber attacks. So maybe from a European, but also from a transatlantic point of view, Christian, what are the learnings we can draw from Ukrainian resilience in this regard?
Plenty. In one
Shoot.
word. So there are plenty of learnings at the, let's say, political level, and that's maybe a different conversation. But if we stick to cyber, what we've seen in the last couple of years, working very closely with the Ukrainians in a project that we're running, I think there are 2 main dimensions. One is the tempo or the timeline. Whenever the Ukrainians come to Europe, they remind us that they operate under different timelines. And they tell us that time has a different meaning for them than what it has in Europe in terms of both bureaucracy on one hand and operations as well. And the other one is how focused they are on getting things done. Of course, there are structural factors. When your life is at risk, you're going to get things done in an hour, whereas in Europe, our timelines could be 24 hours, right? Very recently at an event, for example, we're talking about instant reporting. Europe has set instant reporting first notification to authorities to 24 hours. The Ukrainians set 1 hour. And I witnessed the 2 parties interact in the same room, and they were like, we don't understand what you guys are doing. We operate in a different environment, right? And I think from the European side, we can learn a lot from their experience, of course, also in terms of skills and everything they've gone through. But those are 2 structural lenses.
Jonas, what do you think about learning from Ukraine?
Well, I think what we can really learn from Ukraine is one that once you have a fully digitalized society, as we have in Ukraine, of course you have a huge attack surface, and you might suspect that this attack surface will play out in a negative way in a war scenario, and it could have, but Ukraine was very good at protecting its national data, set this as a real priority already in the very first days of the war, to have its national data protected, be it in secure sites inside Ukraine, or even in transporting data to data centers outside the country. So this attack surface hasn't really exposed Ukraine in a negative way, I would say, in a major dimension. I think what it has done is that what it has shown is that if you have a fully digitalized society, you build resilience because of the huge knowledge that is anchored throughout society. I mean, Ukraine is digitalized in a way that Germany will not be achieving in years, I'm sad to say. But if you look at the agenda of our digital ministry, all the things that are top of the list, they've been implemented in Ukraine years ago. And they've managed to digitalize and build their resilience at the same time. So I would say really going for that digitalization, in the end, it also helps you secure your cyberspace. While if you have a society that is still skeptical about engaging with that technology, it opens many of the risks that we are seeing in Germany.
Maybe, Jake, you've been in the White House when the invasion happened. What is your point of view on the resilience of Ukraine from a US perspective, maybe? Also, what surprised you? What are your learnings you drew from it?
Sure. Let's see. Well, first off, while I definitely agree with what my colleague there just said, sorry, I can't see very well, so I don't know who said it. I can't see who said it. I do think that one of the things that the Ukrainians did quite well, and I think we've seen this in kind of cyber preparedness discussions over the last 5-10 years or so, and in particular, oddly enough, coming from the hacker community, who I work really closely with when I was both in government and now, in that exercising responses to cyber attacks has, first off, the Ukrainians were quite good at that. They did it all the time. But they also were able to really think through things from both how to do kind of better cyber on cyber defense, but also how to include analog responses or analog defenses into their overall defense posture. And so what I mean is, for example, when we saw elections getting attacked via cyber attack in the United States, one of the first things the hacker community of all groups came up with was that we needed to be voting on hand-marked paper ballots, because at the end of the day, if all the tech is hacked and we can't figure out how, where, when, who, and why, well, you know what? We can go count all the ballots by hand, and we'll know who the winner is. And so similarly, the Ukrainians did a really good job of exercising responses to cyber attacks, which included taking some of their critical infrastructure offline while they repaired it, and then were able to put it back up. And I think, you know, in conversations I'm having with most people in cyber right now, it's all about, ooh, how can we drop in AI agents in here to do this, that, or the other AI thing to, you know, stop the bad guys. One of the things the Ukrainians taught us, though, is that an analog defense and an analog solution oftentimes is a key component of our resilience planning, not just the most high-tech whiz-bang thing we can come up with.
Thank you, Jack. Maybe I'm pretty stunned that the time is already up, actually. I have like 15 more questions, but I won't ask them, I promise. But my question is, I have one question left for you guys. If there's someone who wanted to ask a question, now it's your time. Otherwise, I would do that last question. There was one. And please say who should answer the question.
Ooh, I guess, actually, I'm not sure who should answer this question, but...
I decide for you.
Great. So Monique Priestley, I'm a state rep in the U.S. in Vermont. I guess this is a kind of a cultural question, like as far as cybersecurity and the differences between the EU, Germany, and the United States when it comes to privatization of public surveillance, and our differences when it comes to data privacy, AI, and kind of there's more skepticism in Europe because of past events, and I think there's a lot of Americans who are wary of where we are going. And I'm curious from a cybersecurity standpoint, you have to partner transatlantically, like when it comes to going against threats, but I'm also curious, like values-wise, how do you bridge that gap? And or do you try to evolve to meet in the middle? Kind of how does that partnership work?
Who feels? Christian, you want to answer? Or John?
Diplomat should.
The diplomat should, okay.
Surveillance.
Yes, and how do you meet between the different mentalities that we are, the European mentality and the US American mentality when it comes for data privacy, for example, and surveillance? What's the magic here?
Well, of course, if you look at the discussion about public surveillance in Germany, you won't detect a lot of magic there.
No.
You know, there's a very strong sense that this is a very critical part of our technology landscape that must be strictly guarded. And if government dares to use it, of course, you know, our own law says that you know that we have gives us very strict storage guidelines. Gives us very strict guidelines also about the kind of spaces that can be put under public surveillance. So in Germany, it will always be a very complicated balancing act between those you know, very, very clear legal restrictions and the infinite potential of that technology that our law enforcement agencies would love to use more, of course. And it's curious that I'm getting such a complicated question from Vermont, and I just want to say that I've just been to Vermont State House on my last trip to the US in October, so it's great to see you here as a rep from Vermont.
So maybe Jake, short answer also regarding it, what was it to work with maybe European counterparts when it comes to the debates on data privacy and surveillance?
Yeah, I mean, as you can imagine, it was fraught. You know, Americans and Europeans just have, you know, different views on not just privacy, but the government's role in privacy and the role of the private sector. I was actually deeply involved in the PNR negotiations, which is a passenger name record agreement about aviation security between the U.S. and the EU. And really had to delve deeply into the differences in views and privacy. You know, I think that really when, and I saw this when we would get down to the kind of brass tacks on, you know, data sharing, how long data is kept, or, you know, ability to have redress and all these types of things. And we're really not that far off, honestly. In terms of where U.S. general sensibilities are and European general sensibilities are on how long data should be retained and things like that. Where I think that there's a big, and this is just my personal view, there's the chasm kind of really starts to open, is that since I believe the digital companies that I think are driving a lot of these, the need for a lot of these laws, so social media companies and other, you know, big internet companies, you know, they're nearly all American, with a handful of, you know, exceptions with the Chinese and so on. And I feel like the rest of the world, and Europe, I think, kind of carries the mantle on this, looks at all the downsides that come from social media and so on, which, you know, as a parent, I mean, God, I see it every day. And instead of like looking at these great companies that are making us all wealthy and everything, they say, you know, this is being done to us, you know, by these foreign companies in America that are, you know, making our, you know, children not have any attention span, and God only knows who in the U.S. is looking at my data and all this type of stuff. And so there isn't this kind of sense of pride or ownership elsewhere in the world, and nor should there be, because they're American companies. And so I think it becomes more of a, not about the basics of the actual policy, and more about, hey, why are these foreign American companies, you know, wreaking such havoc on our society? And so I think a lot of this winds up becoming a response to that. So there's the basic tenets of the issue, like how I'm going to store data and so on. And then there's the, hey, what the hell, why is my kid not putting down their phone for 5 hours a day? That I think drives a lot of this as well.
That is actually the box of Pandora, because I would love to discuss this even more right now. But thank you, Jake, for this insight. And thank you all for being here. Thank you all for listening to us. And as Stormy said, time is up, and I don't want to get in danger here. So thank you so much, and enjoy the rest of the conference.
And we do a quick family picture before we continue. And I love it most when diplomats are not diplomatic. So it was pretty diplomatic, but thank you so much. As Jake mentioned, and give them a big applause again. And while I'm talking, we are going to have a bigger setup again on the stage. As Jake mentioned, we are also a partner of the Munich Cybersecurity Conference, always, which takes place just briefly before the Munich Security Conference. And if you're interested in cyber issues, that's also the place to be. So we are going to move to our next panel, and I can say it's a big panel. And you might wonder, why are we putting so many people on the stage, and then everybody only has a couple of minutes to say something? We want to have different perspectives up here. Usually as Aspen, we try to bring together government representatives, business representatives, civil society, unions, critical voices, people who like each other, people who do not like each other that much. And then we put them on the stage. Or we also do discussions behind closed doors to find solutions and to find agreements in a situation which is not always so easy. And again, I'm not going to be the moderator of this super panel coming up, but it is Anja Wähler-Schöck. Anja, where are you? Ah, there she is. Give her a big applause. And I can see we are keeping up the color up here. Very good. So, Anja, you're going to moderate this panel. You are one of the international voices and people who are following transatlantic relations, not just at the Tagesspiegel, but overall in Germany. Before you became a journalist and media representative and analyst, you also worked in government, right?
Yes.
And you worked in Washington.
Yes.
You worked in the embassy.
Yes, during the first Trump administration.
And that was so bad that you switched over to journalism?
No, it was only a temporary assignment, so it was set from the beginning, but it was quite a challenging time.
What do you like about working in government or working in media?
Well, I absolutely love working in media, so it seemed like the perfect destination, but it's been so interesting working in governmental relations, especially at a challenging time like that. And so it, of course, immensely helps my work right now to know what government relations actually mean in practice, especially when it's challenging.
And you like the US?
Oh, well, I was raised surrounded by American soldiers. I grew up in Bavaria. Transatlantic relations have always been a part of me. And so, again, I find myself very challenged in these times, but I also feel when government relations are experiencing a trial, it is up to us as civilians to hold up these relations.
And if we want to read pieces you are writing, what should we do?
And
if we want to read your words, your work.
Oh, well, become a subscriber to Tagesspiegel, of course. And I'm also quite a passionate writer on LinkedIn. So that's the other option. And thank you.
Yeah, that was kind of the ground for making a little bit of an advertisement. And with this, I'm handing over to you.
Okay, well, thank you so much for the kind introduction, Stormy. And it's wonderful following Johannes Steger, a previous colleague. And we'll be heading from cybersecurity to supply chains. And for a long time, of course, supply chains were fairly invisible. They were sort of the unglamorous plumbing of the global economy. But they became visible in the worst possible way with COVID, and then with the European energy crisis following Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, and now with a wave of geopolitical disruptions that show no sign of abating. And constant change has become the new norm. And the question is how and at what cost and whose risk can we change these supply chains? It's no longer the question of whether they have to be changed. So to discuss this, I'm absolutely thrilled to welcome a huge panel, 6 panelists, very different voices from parliament, government, and the business side. So if you may join me on stage, please. Welcome. So we'll have 2 speakers here. I will sit at the far end, and we have 1 speaker joining us virtually. I'll start with Fabian Bahr, and since we are such a large panel, maybe you can quickly stand up when I call your name. So Fabian Bahr is heading the Global Public and Government Affairs team, thank you, at ZEISS, the global leader for optics. Kim Larsen is a partner at the law firm Stinson LLP. Thank you. Alexander Lücke is the Deputy Director General for National Economic Security and Energy Security at the German Federal Ministry for Economics and Energy. Lars Purkharthofer is the Director of Public Affairs for the DACH region at UPS. And Sebastian Schäfer is member of the Bundestag for the Green Party. He's a member of the Budget Committee and his party's spokesperson for budgetary policy. And joining us virtually is Ivana Zuzul. She's the Vice President for Europe at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. Kim Larsen, maybe to start us off, you're an international corporate attorney with a strong focus on global supply arrangements, and you have many years of experience in navigating complex cross-border trade. When you look at current global risks for supply chains, which ones stand out to you?
Just the number of them right now. In the 40 years I've been doing that as a lawyer and with various startups and also as a CEO of a public company, there were usually 2 or 3 challenges that you could focus on, whether they were due to a new law like the Telecoms Act of '96 in the US or some technological innovation. You could deal with them, like the New Yorker cover, you know, Brooklyn's close, Europe's far away. All of the different challenges are now right there, and you've got to keep them all in focus. The challenge right now is both assessing the complexity and negotiating and contracting and planning for whatever stability you can grab right now, because it's hard to come by.
Yeah. So what is your advice to companies that you advise when you said it's so difficult to plan because we literally don't know what will happen tomorrow? What is the core of your advice?
Well, talking specifically about supply chains, you've got to identify the different suppliers, and you've got to negotiate deals with them, however many you need. You've got to make wise choices that address the different risks. Earlier, you could rely upon a force majeure to get you out of something that you might not want to do because of some new law, tax, duty, etc. Now I think you have to negotiate and contract for those and plan for that uncertainty. If you don't plan for that uncertainty, you're going to be in more troubles than you otherwise would be.
So you have experience operating on both sides of the Atlantic. Where do the current US and European approaches to supply chain security clash, and where do you see common ground, if you do see any?
Well, the clash comes from the regulatory landscape and how the different sides of the Atlantic deal with the various issues which are very real, whether it's export administration or rules around weapons, or whether it's around privacy, et cetera. There's a whole long list of those. And so, the different solutions to those, or the different statutes and regulations are different, but how you consider them, how you act, how you plan to comply, and how you then execute that, there is an overlap where you can comply easily on both sides of the Atlantic, and there are situations where it's in conflict and you can't. And so the fact and the only common thing is really that you've got to plan, contract, deal with the risks, assess them properly, know whether a law or a tax is based upon a firm foundation or whether it's likely to fall away in a year or so after it's thrown out in the court.
Okay, we'll come back to potential clashes. I found that a very diplomatic answer, even from a lawyer. But I want to bring in a business perspective. Lars Perkethofer, you represent UPS, a logistics company. UPS moves millions of parcels per day across Europe and the US. So it's both like a barometer and an infrastructure pillar of supply chain health. Which issues are causing you the most concern right now?
That's now a challenging question to prioritize. Let me phrase it that way. And I have some empathy, not in order to make just good mood here, but I have some empathy with politics. Why? We are going through times with very volatile crisis impacts, priorities, imperatives to meet, while not giving up on the path that has been defined previously, for instance, as we do. By the way, politics are not alone in that. Organizations like mine, we are on a path of technological transformation, meeting environmental and climate objectives and so forth. And at the same time, we're troubleshooting more or less throughout the board when it comes to the events that we do not influence, right? And then we have to constantly adjust. We just heard about regulatory convergence or not. And as the previous panel was on cybersecurity, to give you a very simple example, of course, cybersecurity is top of mind. If you do not have a good cybersecurity plan in our industry, you don't have a business model in nowadays, right? At the same time, every national legislator, at least in Europe, it's you have a European framework, and that's for good. But in a perfect world, from a corporate perspective, if you have a credible cybersecurity plan in place, why wouldn't that be acknowledged on both sides of the pond? That would be the ideal world, right? But we are obviously responsible to the national authorities in the US, as we are here. And here is where the thing becomes a bit more complicated. We are responsible to 26 national cybersecurity administrations throughout the EU. And then the big challenge is, because we would like to comply on those matters in a centralized, uniform way, which we are not always enabled to put it that way.
So when you look at the current risk scenario, how do you see supply chains shifting due to the geopolitical pressures that we're currently experiencing? Look at the Strait of Hormuz, for example, or other port closures. How do supply chains have to adapt?
Well, from our perspective, we are in the situation, and as we are a big provider of air freight services as well, aviation is in a bit of a special situation. Yes, it's also impacted because you have to fly detours and other things. At the same time, aviation as a transport mode has a special role in securing resilience of supply chains, because aviation is so flexible and can adapt so swiftly. So in that sense, we are a bit in the middle of things. If we only ran vessels, and it's not a long time ago, it wasn't the Strait of Hormuz, it was the Suez Canal. Yeah, and there again, we were happy to have aircraft rather than, which we also are, simply being a non-vessel carrier on ocean freight. I have some difficulty, and you can tell by the length of my answer, to identify the precise impact, because there are so many. If you think of current trade tensions with the US, and you keep in mind that previously trade relations with North America were quite a sweet spot in our European business, then what should I say about the Strait of Hormuz?
So what does this mean for your planning at UPS? Do you become very flexible in your planning, much more so than previously? Do you diversify?
We diversify in a sense that we actively seek where we can make a difference with complex solutions. So industries that really are, on the one hand, seeking for sophisticated solutions, and on the other hand, have a willingness to pay for it, because quite obviously that doesn't come without a cost. Yeah.
Ivana Zuzul, you represent many businesses at the U.S. Chamber of Commerce. If you look at the question that I just discussed with Lars, in your opinion, how do businesses currently need to adjust their supply chains to the geopolitical shifts and tensions?
Well, thank you so much for the question. I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you, but I appreciate the invitation to join the panel. Look, I mean, I think it's a really difficult question. And as Lars rightly pointed out, it's one where perspectives are sort of shifting day to day. And I think every company is looking at how to best fortify its supply chains, both in the short term, but also in the long term. Where the U.S. Chamber of Commerce has really focused is that nexus of government policy and private action. Governments cannot do the business of identifying risks and building more sustainable supply networks alone, but neither can business. And it needs to be a partnership that works only if both sides listen to each other. You can't mandate resilience, but you can build it, I think, in partnership with industry. So we've been looking at ways that governments and companies can jointly map out risks. Businesses often have much more granular visibility into supply chains. Governments have geopolitical and security intelligence, and combining these perspectives is essential to identifying real long-term vulnerabilities, not perceived or temporary vulnerabilities. I think we will need structured and ongoing dialogue and not sort of one-off consultations. I think that's a challenge that we are facing at the moment, including in the United States. Policy moves faster sometimes than industry can respond, but on the other hand, real-world actions also move faster than policy making can respond. And policy stability and predictability are critical. And companies are making multi-billion-dollar investment decisions, often over decades. So these sudden shifts on, whether it's geopolitical challenges, on regulatory requirements, on tariffs, on sort of government action in response, whether it's subsidies or preference schemes, all of those sort of create uncertainty that really undermines resilience rather than strengthening it.
So you mentioned predictability, uncertainty. The Trump administration is actually causing quite a lot of that, for example, through its wavering tariff policy. And how do the businesses that you, as Chamber of Commerce, represent, deal with that, with this wavering tariff policy, for example?
Yeah. It's been a real challenge. I think it's been a real challenge for everybody here in the United States and everybody in Europe and globally as well. The Chamber has been very consistent in our response to the tariff policy by this administration. You know, we pursued an amicus brief in the IEEPA tariffs. We welcomed the Supreme Court decision on those IEEPA tariffs. We think it was important, sort of as a matter of precedent. But of course, it didn't resolve the issue. In some ways, it made the issue more challenging. We are all, I think, waiting to see what the current outcomes of the tariff negotiations, including on Section 301 tariffs, will be this summer. But we continue to encourage both sides to move towards predictability and stability in the relationship. We are asking the U.S. administration to reconsider its tariff policy as it applies broadly to our partners and allies. It is really critical that we distinguish between something like the transatlantic relationship, our largest and strongest commercial relationship in the world, and challenges that we see from non-market economies that are really engaging in anti-competitive behavior in the United States, in the EU, and globally, where those partnerships are going to be critical in providing a robust response. I think sometimes sort of an underappreciated question is that some of this tariff policy is in response to regulatory issues that are not new, that have persisted in the relationship. And I think that we have to sort of keep an open mind, particularly in the EU, towards having a conversation about some of those regulatory issues as well. But it's a challenging time. Nevertheless, you know, the transatlantic commercial relationship continues to grow and demonstrate remarkable resilience. So we are looking for ways to protect it and bolster it.
So you just ended on a very optimistic note about the transatlantic relationship. Could you envision another scenario, a slow transatlantic decoupling? So much of what we're witnessing right now would not have been thinkable for many a year and a half ago, even?
Yeah. Right now, I think what we are seeing is a disconnect between some of the sort of public messaging and conversation and then the commercial reality. I think still the commercial reality is that the transatlantic relationship is growing. You know, we released our 2025 transatlantic economy report. It is now a $9.8 trillion relationship based on trade and investment, sales of affiliates, and it has been growing year to year. But I think that there are real threats and that there are real threats in economic policy, whether it is tariffs, whether it is sort of the rise of protectionism under the guise of, you know, domestic resilience or strategic autonomy. I think that we are looking at potential regulatory frameworks that can begin to drive wedges in that commercial relationship. I will say what we hear from our businesses consistently is where we are looking for partnerships, Europe is the first place that we look. There's a respect for rule of law, for IP protections that is really unmatched. And policies should not get in the way of, you know, enabling that growth on both sides of the Atlantic to continue.
Alexander Lücke, turning to a German government perspective, Clark Price earlier mentioned the US-EU Critical Minerals Action Plan, which was signed in April. Are you as optimistic as he was, as Ivana also was about the transatlantic economic relationship?
Well, I am still quite optimistic that the trade relations will continue to grow and will be very productive and good for both sides. So I think, of course, it's good to see where the differences and so on. That's also necessary. But there are still so many, as just mentioned, similarities and also same views how to tackle a problem, how to proceed in the future. So I think we should focus on these points, and there we've got to see how we go into the same direction in the same way. And I think there, be it the predictability of the tariff questions, be it the raw materials and so on, I think there are several issues where there's a common understanding and where we should focus on how to deepen the existing relations.
Mm. And do you see the critical minerals action plan as a step forward, or is it something that will generate impact, or is it merely a joint signaling towards China?
No, I think it's a step forward, and we need it. So I think every side now has understood that the supply chain from different sides is endangered, and we have to react. We have to see how and what we can do. So I think all the countries and parties, especially the transatlantic countries, shall see how they could together react and make the supply chain more resilient. And I think that's a good way and a path we should go.
Is the U.S. a trustworthy partner in this?
Sorry?
Is the U.S. a trustworthy partner in this process, in securing critical materials?
I think it's a very good partner, yeah.
Mm. Then coming to maybe the largest shock that Germany's energy supply chain experienced, 2022, the Russian invasion of Ukraine. When you look back at how Germany and Europe responded to this energy shock, what is the best lesson that you're taking away from this?
Oh, several lessons. So one, of course, is actually the topic we're talking about, supply chains. Mm. So with regard to the energy supply chain, it had always been said, and also in German politics, I have to admit, during decades, that the Russian energy, the pipeline gas, is safe. Even during the Cold War, it has always been said energy will never be used by Russia as a weapon. Well, then suddenly in 2022, we all learned it different, and then we had to react very, very quick. And also with a big help from, of course, a huge effort within Germany, within Europe, and also with the help of our American friends, we achieved to become independent of Russian pipeline gas. So actually, since 2022, we do not import any Russian pipeline gas anymore, and we build up the LNG infrastructure and so on. So I think the big first lesson was never to rely on one way with regard to energy security or whatever. So and then the second is, I think, that we also learned it the hard way. How much must happen in such a situation, and also from the positive perspective, how much can happen. So I think in 2022 and 2023, we learned that while that was also my responsibility, building up the LNG infrastructure, how quick we can be. So what Chancellor Scholz there said with the Deutschlandgeschwindigkeit, yes, it was possible, but I think several years ago now, looking back and having the view on today, a lot of procedures and things got more peaceful again, and everybody's now a little bit leaning back. And I think having that in mind, how much is possible, I think we should speed up a bit, and also learning from this time how much we could do with regard to other supply chain questions.
Mm. Sebastian Schäfer, I'd like to bring in you as a parliamentary voice. You are part of the opposition right now. How concerned are you about the weaponization of supply chains? Speaking of Russia and future threats.
Well, I don't really think that's a matter whether you're in government or in opposition. These times are
are very difficult for everybody. On this very stage a few weeks ago, the former Prime Minister of Bavaria, Horst Seehofer, when he was saying goodbye to Winfried Kretschmann, told us that every politician will always tell you that the times that he's working in are the most difficult. Yet I think these times are really different, with the war raging in Europe, with the situation in the Strait of Hormuz, and with an American federal government that is tough to deal with. And we did see how supply chains were weaponized in 22. We do see what the Chinese are doing with the rare earth materials. We were just told by the American president that he will not deploy Tomahawk rockets to Germany. So for us, this is a very crucial question for our national security. So this is a central issue that we have to deal with.
And how do you deal with it inside the parliament, specifically looking at supply chain shocks that are beyond Germany's and Europe's control, such as the war in Iran, for example?
Well, I look at the world from a budget point of view, and in 22 we were still in different times. We had a very strong public finances and in Germany, and to some extent we still do, but the outlook is not very good. And this is also true for the United States, who have a tremendous deficit, 6 or 7% of GDP, with a growth rate of 2%. This is a complicated situation. So in the end, we need the public money for the firepower in times of crisis. We could, when the Russian gas was not there anymore, we could give some money to our citizens to make it a bit easier on them. We could support our enterprises in these times of crisis. Of course, prevention is always better, and we have learned some things from the reaction in 2022, yet when I see what the American side is doing, I was shown how the economics department of the Department of War, what they are doing with regard to port structures, with regard to critical minerals, with regard to all kinds of economic issues. I don't see this German government doing the things in the same rigid way, but I think we really need to do that on a national level, but also, of course, on a European level.
And what would this look like? What would you recommend the German government to do? And adding budgetary perspectives, these are crunch times. A lot of spending is needed. A little money is there to spend. How can supply chains become more resilient, which is costly in these times?
Well, government certainly has the need to really, and this will only be possible together with the enterprises. This is nothing that government can do alone, but we really need to know where the chokeholds are and where the strangling points are. And we heard Prime Minister Carney in Davos talking about the middle powers, and I think this is very important for us to see where there are countries in the world, also outside of Europe, for instance, Canada, Australia, a country like Japan or Singapore, that have a similar interest in keeping up a rules-based order, because a rules-based order for supply chains certainly is crucial. We took them for granted for a long time, but unfortunately times have changed, and now we need to learn from what we experienced. We were warned in 22. It didn't come out of nothing what happened, and during the Cold War we got 30% 50% of our gas from the Soviet Union and not 55%, like that was the case in 22. So never get dependent again. On the other hand, some dependencies will remain. For instance, the partake in the nuclear power. This will always be dependent on the United States. So this is something that we have to work with.
Fabian Bahr, you represent ZEISS, a company which is deeply embedded in global supply chains with manufacturing exposure in China, critical dependencies in the US and in Europe. So your supply chains span jurisdictions that are increasingly treating each other as rivals. How has ZEISS adapted its sourcing and production footprint, and at what cost?
Good question. So I start with the positive news. We're celebrating our centennial in the US this year. So back in 1926, we opened our first shop on Fifth Avenue. So this was probably before the controllers took over. But seriously, I mean, it's not an easy question. If you take one of our areas, we are a portfolio company. Most of us know us from glasses and stuff like that. But take an issue such as semiconductor equipment manufacturing. So if you manufacture a chip today, one of those ordinary chip that you have in your iPhone or wherever, it travels the world twice before it finds its way into your product. So that means there are complex supply chains behind which cannot be replaced like this. We all remember, when was it, a couple of years ago, when the then Commissioner Breton claimed to have, or wanted to have, what was it, 20% or something of chip production in Europe, which was a bit overambitious at the time. And today we see it's at roughly 11%, simply because the others have caught up and are getting quicker than we are. So there is a global challenge, and there is quite often a challenge to find those suppliers that we need. Those suppliers are highly specialized, they are around the world, and even if you have a huge part of those suppliers located in Europe, you still have a number of them elsewhere. And so it's a lot about transparency. Doubt it. It's always an entire toolbox.
Thank you. So I'll open up for your questions in a moment, but before we do, I'd like to do a quick round across the panel. Kim, starting with you. If you could guarantee that one concrete thing actually happens in the next 24 months, one policy or one agreement, one structural change to address global supply chain risks, what would it be in a nutshell?
Elimination of tariffs, or at least taking us back a couple, 3 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you.
More predictability with regard to kind of rule of law.
Thank you.
I'd say finding the right balance between the necessary ambition and apply ambition to sustainability. Cost and impact, it will very likely impact your competitiveness. What I'm talking about is public acceptance, because that's, especially in Germany, a big deal of the civil discussion we have. We have been driving policies too far without gathering the necessary agreement from the general public, including the business community to a relevant extent.
Okay, thank you. Larger nutshell. Ivana, what would be the one policy agreement or structural change that you could dream up?
I wish that I could also say tariffs, although I think realistically we're in a moment where it's difficult to see sort of a full retreat of where we are today. And to the extent that that retreat happens, I think it will take time. But there are avenues for cooperation. We mentioned the US-EU MOU, the action plan. There's a G7 plan on critical minerals and supply chain resilience. So I think it's really critical that we look at where we have these potential instruments in place and how we can build on them and expand on them. And really putting in political goodwill, political capital, looking at where we can reach regulatory convergence, trying not to sort of overreact to crises. And then, as I mentioned at the beginning of my remarks, really creating a structured program of work between business and governments within these forums to try to map out viable solutions.
Thank you. Fabian.
Well, avoid trying to build up separate tech stacks across the world and try to synchronize in a transatlantic way tech stacks. And try to synchronize, better synchronize transatlantic approaches to tech policy, including export controls, without overturning the screw, which will simply, well, put another price tag on technology.
Sebastian Schäfer.
Well, international trade is not a zero-sum game like the real estate game in New York City might be. So I would wish for a return, this might be naive and not very realistic, of a true world trade order, and at least to make some progress, I think we should really keep doing trade agreements, Mercosur and the one with India. I think they are really good examples of what we can do in this world.
I think there was some nostalgia for WTO on the previous panel. So and now I'd like to give you the chance to ask our panel a question. Please raise your hand and introduce yourself. Who would like to go first? Yes, please.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sean. I work for the Transatlantic Business and Investment Council. Essentially, we help European businesses open up U.S. operations. As global supply chains have shifted, moving from kind of a just-in-time to a just-in-case kind of a model now, that's pushing a lot of production into the United States. Major investments in recent years by Bosch, by Volkswagen, by a number of other large multinational corporations. At the same time, though, this has come at the expense of German jobs. How do you, or the panelists here, both from the private sector and from government, how do German companies and European companies kind of strike this balance between needing to diversify to mitigate risk, but also at the same time balancing out domestic production here in Europe?
This would be a question for Zeiss, for example.
I don't see that one comes at the expense of the other. I think if this is done correctly, it's not just about shifting jobs, but about creating new opportunities, at least from our perspective.
Lars, would you like to?
Yeah, I would agree on the approach, because what we're going through is a time of multiple crises. So, sorry for in German we say kitchen philosophy, but. It's a catalyst. We have the wake-up call. I think everyone heard it. The government program, at least on paper, is pretty clear in terms of fostering German competitiveness, for the sake of especially not necessarily companies like mine, because we're big corporate, but the backbone of the German economy that suffers most when it comes to what you just described. So. There are plenty of not so spectacular measures, but they have to be addressed right now. That goes from energy prices, taxes, this broad field of bureaucracy and so forth, to unlock potential that is there, without a doubt. I mean, we're turning 50 this year in this market, and it was the first market we went to out of North America, and the reason for that still applies. It is, at least potentially, the European powerhouse as an economy.
And if there is no question from the audience, oh, yes, there is one. Okay.
Thanks a lot. I come from India, so I heard the last comment on Indian trade agreement. I wanted to just push on the idea of sustainability because the mention of rule of law from Singapore, Canada, Australia, Japan. How does the middle power context, Brazil, India, South Africa, flow into these discussions, at least at a investment or implementation level? Because as of now, it's more of a optics also for me as I'm coming from India, and it might take a little more time when it really comes to friction in terms of the same relationship as EU, transatlantic with EU, India, yeah, to come to light. Thanks.
Who would like to answer? Alexander, would you like to?
Yeah, okay. I think one point also which arose through this discussion before is that a key point then when thinking of diversification is to also more open the eyes. Who is interested? Who is a partner? Where can the partnerships be strengthened? And I think therefore also on the international level, not only on the national level, but what you mentioned, of course, on the EU level, the trade talks are very intensive and are very intensified. So I think that is a key focus to get more competitiveness via opening the possible markets for both sides. So I think also during the last month, the trade agreements has accelerated, and hope and I think that this will continue.
Is there anyone else? Yes, please.
Thank you. Daniel Prolzweig, board member of Gowling, a global law firm. It's an interesting debate. I've got a question for Ivana, if I may. Sorry. We can see all of those bilateral trade agreements, multilateral trade agreements, yet from a degree perspective, not as multilateral as we used to see them in the past, at least before the 2nd of April last year. I can see that what you say, Ivana, is absolutely true. So if there is a retracting, it'll take time. Is there a scenario in which the U.S. administration sees that they have kind of forced a lot of allies to enter into small groups or even large groups, trade agreements, and the United States of America, former and still most impactful power on trade on the planet, risks being left out? And if yes, would this potentially accelerate certain developments? And I'm not saying retracting, but any development, Ivana. Thank you.
Go ahead, Ivana.
Look, I'm sort of loath to speculate on what the perspective of the administration is. I will say I think that there is an inherent attachment to tariffs as an instrument of trade policy and as an instrument of overcorrecting imbalances that may not actually be linked to trade itself. We're seeing this sort of played out in the Section 301 investigation on industrial overcapacity, where the Chamber has commented that we welcome that investigation into industrial overcapacity with China. But when we look at sort of the metrics that were used to scope in the European Union, they're not appropriate. However, your point is, I think, is well made and is something that the Chamber has been highlighting to the administration. I mean, I think a retreat from the global stage on these critical trade questions, particularly in a moment of such instability, would be a long-term strategic error. I do sort of see as one potential positive note that the administration is interested in building a strong alliance to counter whether it's industrial overcapacity or anti-competitive behavior, or dominance in critical materials or minerals or industrial production from China. I think that work will be slow, and I think it will be made slower by some of the tensions that have arisen, including on the trade, commercial, security, and political fronts over the last 18 months. But I do think that it creates a tangible route for progress. And I hope that we will see over the next few months some sort of a work plan develop from there that could potentially lead to progress on other areas. But it is going to be hard, and we are concerned about taking a step back, from building those global partnerships at a moment when others are trying to do exactly the opposite.
Kim, I want to address a risk that we haven't spoken about so far. We're seeing increasing supply chain risks from extreme weather events, for example, and climate policy has currently been put on the back burner, to put it mildly, more crassly by the U.S. government, but also by many European governments. Do you think this is a supply chain risk that will come to haunt us?
Well, there are two risks there. One is what happens, what catastrophic weather will there be, and how do we deal with that from an insurance or supply perspective? And I think that will get worse, is my guess. And then there's the issue of whether the regulatory overlay of and requirements to protect the environment and stabilize the supply chains, whether they will change significantly. And they are being reduced in their scope and application. And because of that, I think longer term, you end up with more risk. And that's unfortunate. Yeah.
Sebastian Schäfer, as a Green, of course, you have something to say on this.
Well, the situation currently with the federal government in the United States is certainly unfortunate, to put it mildly, with regard to climate policy. Climate is one of the words that you cannot use in dealing with the federal administration. Why do I stress federal? Because there are sub-federal levels of government where the climate issue is a very important one. We have a great cooperation. We are here at the state, at the representation of Baden-Württemberg, and there is a great cooperation that was started a decade ago in the first Trump administration between the great state of California and Baden-Württemberg, between Governor Brown back then and Winfried Kretschmann. And this cooperation was just renewed at the Belém climate conference, where the federal government of the United States was not there, but the governor of California, who has the 5th largest economy in the world, if he would be an independent state, was there. So to end at least a bit optimistic, when there are second best solutions, I would certainly rather go down the route of the first best solutions. But climate action is going on, and a lot of renewables are being built in the United States currently, because for the AI computing centers, you need a lot of energy, and to build renewables is way faster than other means of energy production, like nuclear.
I can take one last question if there is one. If there is none, I would like to ask Alexander Lücke to start off. How can, in this effort to strengthen supply chains to become more resilient to shocks, the government work more effectively with the private sector?
I think what already has been said, that of course it's not up to the government that can for itself decide what to do with regard to supply chains to make them more resilient. So it can only be a success if we do it together. So very closely with the private sector, with the companies, with the trade associations and so on. So there should and there will be a process. So we already had it on the European level with regard to European security, economic security perspective, and we'll do so and plan this on a national level. And in this regard, we also plan to do it, and already have started to have very intensive talks, to have workshops, to have a common, or we will make a economic security strategy very close together with the private sector. And within this, we have to identify first, of course, where are the risks and how to tackle them, what can be the means. And then, of course, as always, find a measure which is not too detailed, so to allow enough freedom to find for the companies to find their solutions. But of course, also what has been said, everybody heard the wake-up call, to safeguard that this wake-up call will stay in the heads, so that when perhaps there will be a day when we don't have several crises at the same time, that we continue to think of safeguarding the supply chains, and we will continue and have a kind of procedure where this have to be stabilized. So there will be a strategy in the end, but even after the strategy, or part of it probably, there will continue the talks and a very close exchange between the companies and the government.
Fabian or Lars, a last word from the private sector. How can public-private cooperation on this become more effective?
Well, I already referred to this wizard formula of cost and impact, or you can replace impact by benefit equation. But on the point of collaboration, to give you a clear example from our industry, we sit on a huge amount of shipping data, right? And we obviously can contribute to risk assessment. Interestingly, though, it's for now a one-way channel. On and off, we may be requested to disclose data, but we can even facilitate this in closer data exchange processes with authorities, but that way is rather difficult, specifically in Germany and Europe so far. At least there's not much of a tradition in that sense. So this is the clear statement that we can add value to risk assessment processes on the part of public institutions, and we have a proper interest to do so, because obviously it's for the common good, and logistics are deviated demand. So if the economy strives, we strive. That includes resilience against external shocks.
Well, with this very concrete proposal, I'm happy to wrap up this panel. And thank you so much for this interesting conversation, to Ivana in the call, to Sebastian, Fabian, Lars, Alexander, and Kim on the panel. And thank you for joining us. We are headed into a coffee break, I think, but please do stay on, because I saw in the program that afterwards there will be an Oxford-style debate, and Tagesspiegel and Aspen actually partnered at the recent Munich Security Conference in doing such an Oxford-style debate, and it was a phenomenal discussion. So please stay on. Stormy, thank you. Thank you very much.
And also a big thank you to you for moderating this panel so expertly. We do a family picture very quickly up here. You already said most of that what I wanted to say, but please do the picture while I keep talking. There will be coffee, but don't run away. Stay with us. It's going to be a fantastic Oxford-style debate on whether we want sovereignty, go it alone, or cooperation. I also wanted to say a couple of things. So you had the opportunity to listen a little bit also to Kim. What you haven't heard is that he is also the chairperson of the Friends of Aspen in the United States, Aspen Germany in the United States. So if you want to learn anything about our members, what we are doing on that side of the Atlantic, what we are doing here, because we are a member-driven organization, we love to welcome new members. There are also some membership information out there. So if you like what we are doing, and if you like to support us, join us. And then I do have another job to do. We are currently also recording videos, short statements from our speakers, but also from interested audience members. And we are running a little bit behind with regard to our speakers. So our speakers are being looked forward to in the video room to do their interviews. If you haven't done so yet, we would love to do that. And if any of you in the audience would like to participate in that as well, let us know. And with this, have a coffee or a tea, and we'll see each other later. Here today, this evening, which is unfortunate because this is one of the highlights. But we hate to be up here all by ourselves. So from the last rows, and everybody's still coming in, join us a little bit more up front here, right? It's like not like in school, where everybody is going into the last rows. So up here, there's more leg space, air is better, closer to our panelists. Fantastic. So just before I'm handing over to our fantastic moderator, who of you has attended an Oxford-style debate before? Quite a few. Who has been in an Oxford-style debate, arguing and debating? You have a competitive advantage. Very good. So, but we do have two old hens on both sides of our discussion and also in the audience. This is a fun exercise, right? We do, and Nicole is going to tell us a little bit more about this in a second. We do have two teams who are competing with each other. So it's supposed to be also entertaining, but it's also supposed to be serious. In the Anglo-Saxon space, Oxford-style debates are pretty known. You almost grow up with debating in school. In the German context, not so much. And we also, Germans, love to argue on one hand, on the other hand. In an Oxford-style debate, you're kind of cutting off one of those hands and have to decide on what side you are arguing. Obviously, all our speakers and panelists have a differentiated opinion. Here, however, they are very strongly going to argue one side of the coin. And that is helpful for also policymakers, because then you can see more clearly what's on the table, what the different options are, solutions, but maybe also challenges. So it's a very useful exercise. We have a fantastic panel, but we also have a fantastic moderator, Nicole Tinsdale. Nicole, maybe you come up here for a second for me. She has a hard job because she also has to do the timekeeping. So first of all, give her a big applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
Nicole, you are now working in the civil society think tank world. You're also strongly affiliated with Aspen in the United States.
Yes, the Aspen Digital Program in the U.S., where we focus on security technology. I am a cyber person, I promise. I won't bore y'all to death. And so all things AI and how digital technologies are impacting not just Americans, but our global citizens and security around the world.
And you have not always worked in the civil society think tank world, but you have also been on the government side, right?
Yes. Before joining civil society, I spent over a decade as an attorney in the United States Congress, where I worked on homeland security issues. I had an opportunity to visit Berlin multiple times with the U.S. Congress. And after that, I spent the previous administration, I was on the White House National Security Council, where I also worked on cybersecurity, counterterrorism, and counterintelligence issues.
So were you in the Situation Room?
I was in the Situation Room. It is everything you've heard it to be and more. It is, I tell people, I'm like, every time you're in the Situation Room, it is an emergency. And so no matter what topic you're dealing with, the hardest thing and the most important thing first is figuring out how to get there. Because most people don't know this, but the Situation Room is right under the president's office. And for the rest of his staff, we have to run to the Situation Room. And I didn't know that when I took the job. So I started wearing sneakers on day 2 so that I would be ready to run to the Situation Room.
And is working in the National Security Council? Committee? Council. And also working on the Hill. Is it more like House of Cards or is it like West Wing?
It is more like Veep. If anyone has seen Veep, there are some days where it's a little West Wing, and those are the days that make you feel like you're doing the most work. The House of Cards in Congress, it's a lot of debate back and forth. It's similar to what we're going to do today, but I would say on a general perspective, it's a lot of Veep a lot of times, because you're trying to figure out, well, did Stormy say that? And someone's like, oh, it was a German. And you're like, what German? Try to figure it out. And so it gives you a little bit of levity on some really serious issues, because you remember people are just people.
Last question. When we prepared for this, and I said, like, one of the biggest challenges is going to be the timekeeping. I mean, and then you said, oh, no problem at all. I work with congressmen and women, so I have no problem with this. How is it working with senators and House representatives?
It's a very delicate balance. You'll hear a little bit my accent. I'm from southern United States. I'm from Mississippi. And so you have to be charming and direct at the same time. So I've already told the teams this. If you all hear me say y'all and I hold it out for a long time, someone is in trouble. But as a general rule, I think we're going to do really well today. And I don't think this crowd is going to be as hard to manage as members of Congress. I'm hoping they're not as hard to manage.
And with this, I'm handing over to you. Again, a big applause. And we are looking forward to the debate.
Well, thank you all so much for joining us. This is my first Oxford-style debate. And I did a lot of prep to get ready for this, but I'm also very excited about this topic. In addition to some of my background that I talked about in places that I worked, I think it's important to understand my instincts and how I come at this issue of digital sovereignty. I've had the opportunity to represent the United States in more than 25 different delegations where we talk with our allies about multiple issues across a range of topics and security topics. And today, where I'm coming from is having a real respect for our European partners in their pursuit of autonomy, especially in the digital sense. I had an opportunity to talk about this issue with Stormy and the Aspen Germany team at the Munich Security Conference this year. And I hope that you will see it today in the perspective that I have on this issue is I'm here to learn. I don't have a position yet. I hope to have one by the time we're done today. But also, as an American, I want to bring a point of neutrality as these are real issues that our European partners are working through, and we want to be able to be allies and good partners. So a couple of rules. It's actually one rule, y'all, and it is just time is strict. So just a reminder for our participants, but also as you all see these cards go up, the yellow card means you have 20 seconds left to speak. The red card means you have to stop. Second thing to note, as Stormy said, and I will reiterate as well, this is an academic exercise, and so participants have been picked to be on these teams. Their positions don't necessarily reflect their position on this issue. And you will hear some sharp takes today, but we will not attack each other. And so arguing, I want to introduce the team. So on team one, arguing that cooperation with our partners, arguing that resilience comes through cooperation with our partners and international interdependencies is Mr. Ben Brake with DOT Europe. Oh, sorry, I'm like looking at the wrong people. I'm gonna get it together. Team one to my right. And Dr. Sharini Jatiani with the German Marshall Fund. Dr. Nicole Limka with Interface, and she'll be the Nicole today. I'll go by Tisdale. And then Dr. Laura Marimbach of TU Munich. And then arguing that resilience comes through strategic autonomy and sovereignty will be team two to my left, which is Miss Frederica Kelaharni. Okay, I worked really hard. And then next, Mr. Frederick Avlianti of Wire, and Mr. Felix Stima of iConomy, and then Ms. Shane Tews of American Enterprise Institute. So first, let's go ahead and get our reading of the room. On your screens is a voting tool. Vote for the side that you lean toward even slightly. So I'll give everybody a moment. If you want to scan the code to your left, your right, above. I don't think y'all can vote. We don't want y'all to sway the results. So position A is digital resilience is best achieved through cooperation with partners and international interdependencies. Position B is that digital resilience is best achieved through strategic autonomy and sovereignty. Remember, there is no wrong answer, and you're gonna also be allowed to change your mind. That's the whole point of this. So I'm gonna let everyone vote. How's everyone feeling? Are people still trying to decide?
Nicole, can we ask the guy with the cards to sit there? Because we can't see him.
Oh, yeah.
Unless you want to give us extra time.
No. We don't want, that can't be an excuse. So everybody has to make sure we can see. Okay.
Yeah. Can you see that? Could we also put that? Yeah.
The only thing about moving it to the center, I can't see it.
It's fine.
So we'll have to move it back.
It's like the cooperation is leading slightly.
Okay. Team one.
We're going to keep quiet now.
Okay, team one. Okay, I think, are we good to close the poll? Okay. All right, and so it looks like out in front is option 1, which is digital resilience is best achieved through cooperation with partners and international interdependencies. I also want to give a shout out to people who also picked position B, which is digital resilience is best achieved through strategic autonomy and sovereignty. Okay, remember where you were, and let's see if the teams can move you to a different position. Okay, so as we hold that in mind, know that we will run the same poll at the end, and again, it's perfectly normal and okay for you to change positions. And with that, we'll start with opening statements. Each speaker has 2 minutes, and the teams will alternate between Team 1 and Team 2, and Team 1 will begin. Your 2 minutes starts now.
Okay, thank you. Digital resilience means being prepared despite uncertainty. So how do we do this? Well, digital sovereignty, in the sense of walling off, is not the option. If you look at digital trade, at digital platforms, at digital hardware, at digital software, we're measuring all of these things in our Digital Dependence Index, which we're developing with the Vodafone Institute at the University of Bonn. What we find out is that the US, Israel, Ireland, and China are the least dependent states in our sample, and they are nowhere near independent. Europe is stuck in the middle, and has been for a very long time, and leaders in the global south, like Brazil and Nigeria, are clustered at the bottom. So if the route to digital resilience is digital sovereignty, we're all doomed, or most of us at least. Now, if you think about it differently and you start from a point of cooperation, it looks a little bit different. Cooperation, for instance, is a tech power booster. We can see all around the world, including a brief that came out today, come get it if you want, that states around the world are workarounding the US and Chinese competition by engaging in small cooperation, right? Small strategic cooperation. This is a way that everybody gets something, right? They get profits, they get tech sharing, and everybody ends up more cooperative and more capable of pursuing their national interests at the end. So tech cooperation booster. Cooperation is also the most reliable means of minimizing vulnerability. Everybody needs partners, so we should choose partners wisely, right? We should be strategic in our choices. If we choose lots of partners, we have lots of different advantages. If we choose cooperation in multiple issues, multiple settings, then we create redundancy. This helps everyone avoid the dangers that come with vulnerable cooperation. So digital sovereignty, it's a long and maybe even a medium-term goal, but in today's world, if you want to make an effort, if you want to make an impact, you will choose cooperation and interdependence.
Thank you. And thank you for sticking to your time and modeling in our opening. And with that, Team 2, your first speaker, you have 2 minutes. Yep, let's make sure. Testing. Yep. Starting now.
No green light. Okay, great. Thanks. So digital sovereignty and interdependence have been weaponized. So to name what's actually happening here, 80% of EU digital products, services, and infrastructure are foreign controlled. They're not partnerships. They're being managed by landlords, and they have the opportunity to change the locks at any time. So this dependency has been weaponized. It's structural, not cyclical, and export controls such as the Cloud Act and chip restrictions have already been shown that they can be used. To give you an example of how the markets have collapsed, cloud share has gone in the European Union from 29% to 15%, so this is a permanent structural loss. 70% of cloud monopolization is by 3 US firms. Right now, we have a 264 billion euro drained in foreign IT rent compared to Europe's entire energy import bill, which shows that there are areas for improvement. This is a task that is multiplied by the advent of artificial intelligence. AI is far more centralized than the early internet that we are currently experiencing. We have frontier models, chip design, and compute that are all in the hands of mostly US firms. Right now, we are a nation that cannot run, adopt, or audit its own models, and they cannot then make independent decisions. For example, the NVIDIA H100 export controls shows that AI dependency is already a geopolitical leverage. So when we look at things like the GDPR, DSA, and DMA, the US feels like they have been weaponized, but we're showing that we need to find cooperation if we're going to be partners. So far, there are opportunities to call foul on regulation, but you can't actually change the score when you're not in charge. The regulation without ownership shows that accountability without leverage is an ongoing challenge. As the Draghi report showed, digital infrastructure is the primary productive vector of what we have going forward.
Time. Thank you. And with that, we'll have speaker number 3 with team 1.
Let me begin by acknowledging that Europe's call for tech sovereignty comes at a distinct moment in the transatlantic relationship. Recent positions on Ukraine, on Greenland, the weaponizations, sanctions on ICC judges have created a sense in Europe that it should take control of its tech future, and that instinct is not wrong. But the notion that sovereignty and not cooperation is the way to get there doesn't convince me. First, sovereignty has a price tag that Europe cannot afford, at least not now. Every serious estimate puts the cost of genuine full-stack tech sovereignty in the hundreds of billions to trillions. And crucially, this is not a one-time payment. Sovereign infrastructure has to be maintained, it has to be secured, it has to be kept competitive year after year. Signing up to these costs in the near term, precisely at the moment when Europe is trying to rearm, is strategically risky. Also, if creating sovereign solutions means paying taxpayer money for home shoring an entire European tech stack that exists elsewhere, and are defined by criteria like company headquarters or freedom from extraterritorial laws, it may result surely in more national champions, but it can seriously come at the cost of competitiveness for these very companies in the long run. Also, if we were to overly protect these companies from extraterritorial laws, this would also mean that by default they can't scale beyond Europe, which again won't be useful for their financial health in the long run. Finally, Europe's sovereignty agenda does not eliminate geopolitical exposure. It just reorganizes it. If Europe decouples prematurely from global tech ecosystems, that includes, but is certainly not limited to the US, this option of sovereignty leaves it more constrained. At the tech frontier, there are very few alternatives to the US, and most of them are usually Chinese, and these are risks which GMF has mapped before. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll have speaker number 4 with team 2.
We usually argue about digital sovereignty in the language of security. I would like to argue about it in the language of money. The question I'm interested in, who actually captures value in our digital economy today? Right now, the answer is not Europe, and increasingly, not ordinary Americans either. We already heard numbers on cloud concentration in Europe. Let me give you a US figure. The US VC firm Andreessen Horowitz did an analysis of how much leading startups pay for cloud services. And the answer is almost 50% of their revenue. Now, the common response is to say, these are companies that offer great services that people love. And it is true, no European provider can compete with a global footprint and the bundled service offering of the dominant hyperscalers. But this completely ignores how we got there in the first place. Because once you build your organization on a cloud service provider, you essentially cannot leave. It is excruciatingly expensive to leave, and often startups are lured in by free credits, which is why the Commission is considering designating cloud providers gatekeepers under the DMA. If all of this worries you, then the AI economy will keep you up at night. Dependencies, rent-seeking, precarious relationships that startups build on. This is our future. So let me be precise. The problem is actually not dependence. Every economy depends on others, and should. The problem has been that Europe depends on a very small number of companies who have become more powerful than most governments around the world and who control central choke points. This is not American wins and Europe's loses. This is about power. It's also bad. It's bad for the economy. It's also bad for democracy. Europe's answer here actually falls short. We don't need to rebuild the stack. We need to take control of our economy so that we can have innovation and truly competitive markets.
Thank you. And now, back to team 1 for speaker number 5.
Thank you very much. Very often this debate comes in political bubbles, right? It always seems a bit like an intellectual exercise. So I would recommend actually to talk to the tech people who actually deliver digital projects. Because when you look at how digital projects work, you will quite quickly realize that it is not about bare metal or where the data center is or if the wires of the data centers are in German soil, right? So digital projects are very complex. You very often need a system integrator and then you buy certain vendors and services from niche providers. And this is particularly true when you need to act fast. We are living in a world of crisis. So I would like to talk about a bit of a story. I worked for a huge company back in the days, and that company was actually building the vaccination app. So everyone would probably not doubt that this is critical data, right? So probably it should be super safe. But this company had the unique possibility of being the system integrator and bought something bought additional services from a German Mittelstand, from a startup, from a digital cooperative. So this is something I would like to point your attention to, that if we would actually go for digital sovereignty in a way that we would build walls around Europe, we would cut us off from necessarily yet very important services that might be provided elsewhere in the world, not necessarily in the US, but also in countries like Japan or South Korea, because these would automatically be also cut off. Now, you might argue that in these kind of situations, probably exemptions would apply, right? But exemptions come with bureaucracy, it comes with paperwork, it comes with red tape. And this is something what we would like to avoid and where we would actually do better in the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. And with that, we'll go back to team number 2 for speaker number 7.
Thank you. The question around strategic autonomy and sovereignty is not about necessarily privacy, values, or the kill switch that's mostly cited. It's about whether Europe intends to be an economic superpower in the 21st century or a well-regulated customer of two. Regulation over the past 20 years of digital economies have essentially failed and completely missed to move the needle forward. 20 years of regulation like the GDPR, the DSA, the DMA. I've been in these rooms, I've fought for European tech challengers. We worked for 10 years to get the DMA in place. Now that it's there and we can actually open up choice points, we are not managing to force Google, Apple, and other gatekeepers to open their ecosystems. Why is this? You don't regulate infrastructure that you depend on. And on the other hand, this is about the Draghi imperative. The Draghi report itself was clear. The digital infrastructure is one of the key vectors for closing Europe's productivity and innovation gap. Why? Because every euro European businesses spend on non-EU cloud, AI, and software is a transfer of economic rent to a non-European ecosystem, 265 billion annually. This is a structural economic problem. And before the other team cites the WTO standards, I want to point out that it's the very US administration itself that's demolishing the rules-based border at the moment. And Europe is the only continent that spends its money abroad, invests its money abroad, and is surprised that it doesn't grow at the same time. That needs to be flipped on its head. And the window is closing. We have the most promising European startups that are still being acquired in killer acquisitions by US hyperscalers. And every year we wait, the stack gets locked in even further. So if Europe is not at the table in digital infrastructure, it's on the menu. And the Draghi mission demands we act now.
Thank you. And correcting, you were speaker number 6. And so we will go back to team number 1 for speaker number 7.
So the other team has said that sovereignty leads to resilience, even to competitiveness, but it doesn't. Resilience comes from connectivity, and that means mutual relationships where both sides have stakes in each other's success. A Europe that severs those connections in the name of sovereignty, it doesn't become more resilient, it becomes less competitive. Take European AI. It doesn't need a European-first tech stack to succeed. It needs capital, talent, and market access, and partnerships already deliver all three. Mistral, $3 billion raised, Andreessen Horowitz leading the Series A, NVIDIA and Microsoft as investors, now expanding to the US market to compete globally. Aleph Alpha merged with Cohere to create a $20 billion transatlantic competitor in AI. Or Helsing stands to raise $1.2 billion from US investors while staying 80% European-owned and building European defense capability. And digital infrastructure is no exception. Schwartz Digits partnered with Google to deliver a resilient cloud solution. And the European Commission itself awarded a cloud contract to a consortium running on Google Cloud technology. The other side has already called this extraction. But extraction is one-directional. Here, both partners benefit. Mistral gets capital to build, and Andreessen Horowitz gets returns. Google accesses European markets, and Schwartz Digits delivers resilient infrastructure at scale. That's European market power in action. Companies with billions invested and offices in Paris, Berlin, Munich, London, and Zurich are not extracting value from Europe. They are integral parts of European AI innovation ecosystems, allowing European companies to innovate, scale, and compete globally. Betting on sovereignty would destroy exactly these ecosystems. That's not resilience, it's isolation.
Thank you. And with that, we have speaker number 8 from team 2.
Hello, can you hear me? One question to you. I'm a pilot. Who of you has been sitting in an airplane recently? Most of you, okay. So the question today is if digital resilience is best achieved through autonomy and sovereignty. I can tell you in an airplane, we have a lot of systems that work autonomously. So we have the ECU, we have the fuel pump, and all of them work, and they're not interdependent because in that case, if we have a failure, the other one doesn't work. So it is very important to have solutions that work autonomously. While working autonomously, it gives us independency, it gives us options, and with options, sovereignty. And this drives innovation. I'm head of sales for a Berlin-based software company, also invested by Schwarz, what Nicole mentioned. And I'm very happy about every customer we're winning outside Europe. And there is a big demand in the Middle East, in other parts of the world. And having European solutions that compete and are innovative is not just for Europe the best way forward, but everyone profits. Europe, the US, and also other parts of the world. So we need autonomous infrastructure and autonomous solutions in order to give options back to the people and to the organizations.
Thank you. And with that, that completes our opening statements. Let's give a round of applause for both teams. I will tell y'all, that was so hard for me. I am very into social cues. When people are talking, I like to nod, I like to shake my head, and I don't think I did any of that. But I also want to encourage you all to do that. Y'all are very straight-faced, and I am trying to read the audience, and I can't actually tell which way y'all are leaning. Okay, so the next round, we're going to go into team questions from the teams. I do want to preview that we are going to allow for audience interaction after this section, so be thinking about your questions as you listen. So now we'll have team 1 to choose one speaker and ask one question to team 2. Team 1, you have 2 minutes to ask. And the clock starts now.
Okay. How does sovereignty create economic value? Oh, sorry. How does sovereignty create economic value? Because from what I understood just now, one of you said European companies are not getting economic value from their engagement in the digital zone, and that it will be better if there are more Euro companies involved. But you said when European companies are involved, their products are attractive, people want to buy them, so there is economic value. It's coming back to Europe. So what is this relationship? Explain this relationship to us. What is the relationship between European economic value derived from European companies? Because what we know from my work is that actually that European economic value depends on how it's structured, right? So tell us, please, how does that work?
Team 2, you have 4 minutes to answer. Use it however you like.
I'll get a 1-minute answer and then I'll pass the mic. I'll give you one clear example. We have initiated the initiative for neutral search 2 years ago. Google has a monopoly in online search, and it's been using this monopoly to give itself an unfair advantage to its own vertical search engines, flights, hotel comparison, whatever you like. What this entails is that all the other competitors from Europe, from the rest of the world, have no chance at being discovered by the end users in the top of the surf where every online journey starts, and that essentially kills competitors, makes the capital flow out of the market, and by now everybody that wants to build an online intermediation platform gets the first question, what if Google does it? That destroys economic value.
And thanks for the AI prompt, because I'm writing an article about exactly that right now. Some of Europe's most celebrated AI champions do not generate value, long-term sustainable economic value in Europe. Let me give you one clear example. Lovable, valued at 6 billion, amazing company, inspiring products. It's a vibe coding startup. It runs entirely on the US tech stack. It runs on Google models and Anthropic models, and it also runs on Google Cloud. That means that the vast majority of their profit is returned back to the United States. Fair enough, there's still profit to be made at the application layer. But the real problem is that this is the next generation of startups fearing the same fate that Felix has been working on for many, many years, which is that if you build on top of a stack you do not control, any changes in pricing structure, any changes, arbitrary changes in the API mean you're bankrupt. And the biggest risk, which we've already seen, is that the companies you're dependent on are actually your competitor. So Anthropic, the company that Lovable depends on, just announced, it was a leak a few weeks ago, that they're essentially trying to launch an identical product. So we have startups that are valued at billions that still cannot generate value sustainably in the long term.
And I think that the last point is that Americans will buy anything that they find useful and profitable. So if the Europeans felt like they could get into the market, they would be making a lot more things that were actually available to the globe, not just to Europeans and to Americans. But right now they feel very stifled by the way that the American companies have been able to constantly get an advantage over the rest of the world, and by the way that their commercial markets work, their economic markets work, and we need to find some equilibrium in that space.
Oh, still 1 minute. So your question was how sovereignty creates value.
I want to know how it creates value. Yes, right. What is the relationship? Because I didn't understand that from your argument.
Okay, so at this stage, talking about, for example, a small organization like we are, we need anchor customers. And so in the beginning, we need support from especially also the public sector. And through these regulations that we have, it helps us to grow and then also to expand into other regions and then bring economic value back to Europe.
Are you all done? Yeah. Okay. With that, thank you for the question and thank you for the response. We will now go to team 2 to choose one speaker to ask one question. You have 2 minutes to ask the question, and then team 1, you will have 4 minutes to answer.
So we have been talking about the challenges of the walled garden, of the full stack, and the trillions of dollars that have been invested by people other than Europeans. And one of the challenges that brings to Europe is the critical infrastructure risk that this brings to healthcare, banking, the transportation networks that sit entirely at a digital choke point, that we need to have some ability with the advent of the challenges we spoke about earlier today with trade and just aggression towards anything that isn't coming into the U.S. direction, that we know that we have those abilities to know that if there's a transportation system failure or a banking failure that happens on the EU soil, that we're not going to be beholden to somebody in the United States who is not going to be responsive to our process as we deal with and manage the full tech stack that is not within our hands, as well as the challenge of the walled gardens that we don't always have control over.
Yeah, you can use them.
Just to add on top of this question, imagine the United States woke up tomorrow morning looking at the tech stack, realizing 95% of everything that underpins our everyday life, the internet, hospitals, public transportation, the banking sector, the military, the Pentagon, everything of this sits on Chinese and European infrastructure. And if we had to replace one system tomorrow, it would take us probably 3-4 years to even find the investors and to mobilize the capacity to build that. What would the Americans say? Let's go speak to the Europeans and deepen our partnership, or would they start on a build mission?
Okay.
I'm not really sure I understand the question.
So you all have about 10 seconds to clarify the question.
If the United States were in a similar situation where its infrastructure was entirely foreign-owned, how would the United States react?
And with that, team 1, you have 4 minutes to respond.
Well, probably they would actually start to build own alternatives, but they would actually make sure, like they always did, right? I mean, but they would actually make sure that these alternatives could grow on the long run without public money. Because what you rightly said is, of course, some of those companies we're talking about now, at their initial phase, they received a lot of money from the government, right? But the US, and so by the way is also China, they are integrated markets on which those companies could actually scale. And this is not true for the European Union. quite the contrary. What we are currently doing here in the Europe is we are giving public money, anchor client concept, to companies here and let them grow artificially. That's fine. But at the same time, we're not doing structural reforms in a way that we have a real single market where companies could actually grow and scale and compete. We're doing quite the contrary currently. When you look at the CARTA, of the tax sovereignty package, we're leaving it now up to the nation states actually to find the criteria of certain assurance levels or so. So actually like fostering the fragmentation of the single market. And as long as we're not starting to do structural reforms in order to allow for scaling, we should not spend public money on companies that rely only on this.
Maybe just to add to that as well, if you are in a situation, the US for instance, my first question was, which US do you mean? Do you mean the US that sticks to global order and supports multilateral rules, or do you mean the Trump-Biden-Trump version that is more hostile towards these situations? So which US would be a relevant question? I think you mean today's US, right? Today's US. No, I think that's not a question that's relevant for the US because the US is dominant already. And if we're talking about Europe, we have to think about what Europe can do. What can Europe do now, right? This is what Ben just said. What can Europe do now? Can Europe provide those services? The functions that your airplane functions, by the way, geopolitics and airplanes are not the same. But the functions are not the same, right? You need to have a functioning digital economy, and if you don't have it, you need to find it. And if in fact everything's resting on one thing, then you need to diversify. And how do you diversify? Can you do it within Europe? Maybe, but that cuts off your nose to spite your face. What you should do is find partners who have those technologies already and make deals with them, and not just one. Do redundant deals, multiple deals in multiple issue areas, because that is how you protect yourself from a system like this. First, if you're in it, find a way out, and the way out is cooperation and strategic managed interdependence.
You have a minute and 20.
I would just say on the point of weaponizing dependencies and technologies, also it doesn't always suit an economic interest to constantly weaponize a dependency. I mean, by this token of logic, there are so many European companies based on which American tech companies and American people use as well. So then it could just be a situation of a kill switch being activated from either side. So it doesn't always suit a business model to weaponize a dependency if it doesn't sort of fit a business interest as well.
44 seconds. 41.
I feel like she ended this nicely.
Yeah,
no?
it was
You can use your time. Okay. And all right. Okay, the energy level is going up. You all can feel it as well. Thank you to both teams. And now we're going to turn it over to the audience. So now the audience is going to join into the debate. We have microphone runners at the back. All you need to do is raise your hand. 2 rules, audience. Please ask a question, not a speech. And give us your name in 1 line as well. And I'm going to hold you to about 2 minutes to ask your question. Y'all really can't get in trouble. If folks on the stage don't get in trouble, y'all can't get in trouble. Okay. With that, do we have a hand for the first? We have a question up front. We'll have an opportunity for more audience participation too.
Thank you.
Sorry, let me preview. So your question is for Team 1.
Yes, my question is for Team 1. So I actually voted for Team 1, or the part of that part of the debate. So from the conversations, it is really clear that the core of the issue is leverage. And this is where I think leverage is on the US side, and this is where we are going into this discussion. So I think I definitely am on that side, but due to this power imbalance, so to speak, like how do you think that we need to focus in the short term? Do we need to focus in the direction of actually building a little bit more sovereignty? But I think partnerships are important because we're dealing with complex systems, and we need to utilize the strengths of all of the different partners. Obviously, we cannot be completely independent. I think that is that is not rational at all. But like, what should be the short-term focus? Wouldn't you agree that some amount of sovereignty is and autonomy is needed?
Thank you for the question. Okay, team 1, you have 5 minutes to answer.
That's a lot of time. Excellent. Okay, so the short answer is, of course, sovereignty is important. I would say it's not important in the short term because it's not possible in the short term. And the thing is that when you get in a situation where you are outmatched in a digital ecosystem, you don't necessarily see options about how you can build a Euro stack. I learned this morning with my friend Gregor Schumacher from Cloud Ahead that there's actually 2 Euro stacks. I should know this, right? I'm sitting on the stage, but there's 2 Euro stacks because they got in the fight, right? And then they set up 2 different Euro stacks. If you're in this kind of situation, why are you looking for sovereignty in this setting? It's not functional. What you need is assistance and you need solutions. And the solutions are already there. I mentioned my policy brief earlier, Quincy Institute, look it up, it's great. It's about a phenomenon called workarounding. And essentially what you're seeing is countries all over the world, not just European ones, are looking for partners in different parts of the world who have things that they can use. It's called cooperation. You get something, I get something, everybody wins, right? So that something might be profit, it might be tech sharing, it might be new opportunities, it might be getting ahead of the next wave of new tech. So these kinds of small strategic partnerships have lots of advantages. They build networks, they build relationships, they make it possible for you to choose amongst people when you're looking for somebody to collaborate with on a specific risk or vulnerability. And I think this is the only way you can get out of this dilemma. Sovereignty is not a short-term goal. It's a long-term process, and it is painful. It is costly, and it's not going to affect everyone the same way. You asked a question earlier about how digital tech affects people in the rest of the world. This is going to affect people at different levels of society, income, tech capability in different ways. And the people at the lower end of that spectrum are going to lose. Europe has to make sure it's not at the lower end of that spectrum, and they won't do it with sovereignty. They'll do it with interdependence and cooperation.
By the way, there's a business reason why some of the representatives of the other team are only mentioning the digital sovereignty, because if we would broaden the concept a bit to technological sovereignty, the picture would be quite different. Because when you look at other branches, for example, industrial data, when you look at defense, for example, Europe is in a much stronger position. Just take Bosch or Siemens. They are digitizing industries around the world. Just look at the bunch of industrial data we have, because here's an industrial base in Europe which isn't anywhere else in the world. So look at defense, for example, what the German defense sector is actually doing, like developing, being like world leaders in certain niches. So if we broaden the concept a bit broader to technological sovereignty, Europe is in a very, very good position. And you might argue that, of course, that is not digital sovereignty, but we are talking about choke points. We are talking about like, where couldn't you put pressure on others? And this, if for the love of God, this situation will happen at some point of time, we will have choke points as well.
And maybe we agree with the other side that value capture really does matter, right? I think the thing that we are still waiting on from the other side is like how exactly sovereignty is going to lead to Europe capturing more value in digital markets. I don't think they have provided an answer to that. I have provided several AI startups that are coming from Europe that are having a very good shot at capturing value, including a foundation model layer company. By the way, there are new cloud startups in Europe that stand here right now and that are actually quite successful. So we are not saying only buy American products forever. We are actually aligned with them on the goal, which is we should be looking at the next wave, we should be looking at AI, but we disagree on the best way to get there. And we say that the best way to actually build competitiveness in AI will be through partnerships. Lovable is a very nice example because it is one type of startup within one type of market. We see a vibe coding platform, and foundation model providers are already very good at coding. And none of us are suggesting that all European AI startups should just be building wrappers on top of Claude. We have just heard it looks quite different in vertical markets where foundation model companies cannot simply outcompete European startups because it's on proprietary data, customer relationships, sectoral expertise that Anthropic simply does not have at the moment. So to us, we have a very clear way forward, which is use existing partnerships to build European AI startups for the future. And the other side, I think we're still waiting on an answer on to, how sovereignty is going to lead to the same thing.
And also what I recognize from hearing the other side is actually that they're calling for a soft version of sovereignty, which really is about, I heard words like dependency by Europe, by European products, which people will find profitable. So this is really about partnerships and not sort of isolating it. And this is my issue with the language of sovereignty in the first place, because of the fact that it sends wrong signals. Just this morning, Japan, Canada, and Australia, the trade bodies of these three, have actually critiqued the sovereignty package just because of this. Thank you.
Okay. All right, audience. Great way to start. I think this hand was up first. And so this will be a question for team 2. And I'll ask the same thing if you'll identify yourself and keep your question to about 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Elizabeth Press, and I'm coming from the point of someone who's trying to build a digital business in Europe. Is sovereignty actually possible as of today? And how long will it take to actually be sovereign? And if I am sovereign, will I not also have dependencies that are not of a geopolitical nature? I mean, there are, what you were saying about Eurostack, there are dependencies of an interpersonal nature and other forms of other natures.
Thank you for that question. Team 2, you have 5 minutes to respond. Use your time as you like.
Thank you so much for this question. The other team has unfortunately portrayed a strawman version of sovereignty that they've spent most of their time arguing against. We've heard walled gardens, full stack, costing trillions, and that this isn't realistic. Of course it's not. That's what nobody is really asking for that. It's sort of like it's way out there. What sovereignty really, really means is the ability to shape your own future. And currently, that ability is, we're not saying it's not possible. We have great European companies on our team. We're saying it's severely limited. And that is the problem. And I find it problematic to talk about what is realistic and not in the short term, because whatever happened to ambition? Europe is a great place, and we can have a long-term ambition and a long-term goal of having more agency to shape our own future. And that requires, for a whole range of reasons that we discussed, it requires, on the one hand, as I said in my contribution, the problem is not that digital companies are American. It doesn't matter at all. The problem is that we're dependent on a very small number of companies who sit at critical choke points in the economy. We haven't really talked a lot about democracy and what all of this means for democracy. Everyone in Europe got scared when we saw the photos from the inauguration where the heads of the leading tech companies cozied up to the new administration. This much power in so little hands is a problem, not just for Europeans, also for Americans. And may I remind the other team that actually under Biden, that was a core part, or at least it wasn't complete, but a core agenda of the Biden administration was to tackle the concentrated power in the tech industry. And we heard sentences under Biden such as, the interests of these companies aren't identical with the interests of the American people. Now that we're talking about sovereignty, we're suddenly defending a status quo, and the status quo is not, there are many great companies that Europeans can choose from. The status quo is a highly concentrated market, which has all kinds of negative effects, including on value generation, on the kinds of startups that emerge, and also on the ability that Europe has to shape its future, including through regulation. We are unable to enforce our own laws because our dependency is being weaponized.
Yeah, thank you very much for your question, because we're also digital business, and yes, it's true. Where are we fully sovereign? Even if we have a European application, European infrastructure, at the end of the day, the end device, where does it come from? Which operating system is it running on? So I think it's a question on the grades, on grades of sovereignty. And I'm very happy that we are talking so much about sovereignty, and you're saying sovereignty is important, the long-term goal is sovereignty. And if we go back to the question is, resilience, is it best achieved through sovereignty? And I think, yes, it is. The other point you're making is efficiency. Are we more efficient? Yes, we are more efficient if we collaborate, but do we get more resilient? It is through more options.
And to add on top of this, are we able to be completely sovereign today? I totally disagree. I don't think so, and we will never be, because I mean that point was made, and I totally agree with this. You can only be sovereign, fully sovereign in the essence of the word, if you're completely locked in your own room and you're not engaging with anybody out there. We're human beings, we're companies, we're organisms, we're ecosystems. There's always going to be dependencies. The problem is that there's an absolute asymmetrical situation between the United States tech ecosystem at the moment, the Chinese ecosystem at the moment, and the European ecosystem. And when we talk about partnerships, it's not partnerships, it's overlords that are extracting rent, they're locking the doors when they have to, when they want to verticalize into other markets. And that's why also the role of the state is so important, not because we are just giving handouts to a couple of customers that just need a little bit of cash, so we also have a few cute companies out there. It's taxpayer money that the government has, and the state as a rule setter is not exploiting its full leverage. If the state buys in a way that there are interoperability criteria and if there's smart design, then you don't just buy AWS or Azure and get the full enterprise suite on top of it, and you completely don't close the public sector from any product, like a messenger, like a video conference tool, whatever is out there, because it's all supplied through the same stack. If the state buys smart, then we get a little bit more sovereign every day, and that's all we're asking for.
Thank you, and that's time. Okay, this is really getting intense. Those are two really good questions, and we appreciate it. Now we're gonna have one more question from the audience, and this question is going to go to both teams to answer. So one question, okay, your hand went right up.
Okay. Svetlana Shatalova, my name, and I'm originally from Ukraine. And Ukraine, I think, right now fighting exactly for resilience. This is a nice example of it, and this is the question to both teams. From my perspective, right now we have the big dependency on corporations, and it takes time. Time is money and resilience so far. And this is like the question really tricky, because we are full of corporations, but on the other side, we would be more successful, I would say, if we will have our own some digital infrastructure, let's say. The question is the time of implementing digital infrastructure, time of taking some responsibility for people's life, for some kind of really crucial times, really crucial solutions and assets. This is what I would like to ask. And also, just to highlight maybe one more thing, that China right now is acting from the statements that they are not dependent on anybody. And European Union is acting and collaborating in the position, from the position to be dependent on corporations. How much time this...
Can I take a moderator's privilege, and can you just clarify the question? I don't want us to run out of time, but I want to make sure both teams understand the question.
Okay, let's put it in the way. In the crucial situation like Ukraine is right now, in the war, in the crisis, what do you say about infrastructure, digital infrastructure, crucial infrastructure in the way of cooperation things and in the way of state things? Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. That was such a great question. We will start with team one. You answer first. You have 4 minutes.
Yes, first of all, it's very difficult to argue in this style now when it comes to Ukraine. But correct me if I'm wrong. I think the Ukraine is a very, very good example that resilience is actually best achieved through cooperations. If I'm not wrong, a foreign company helped you with, or is still helping you with satellite navigation. A foreign company helped you to shift all the data into a cloud when you were threatened. Foreign companies are working with your military at the front in developing cutting-edge technology when it comes to defense. So, and then at the same time, you, for example, provide services to your citizens via a very, very nice app, which I was happily actually to experience, that you actually developed on your own. So I think that is a very good example, actually, that you can come up with own solutions, but in others, actually, especially when times are like very, very difficult and critical, it's not so bad to actually cooperate and achieve resilience through that.
And maybe just to buttress that, maybe the rebuttal from the other side might be, okay, but then you're dependent, right? What do? You need these other corporations. It's not true in Ukraine's case. The Ukraine President Zelensky toured the entire Middle East once the war in Iran started, offering drone partnerships, offering technology. Ukraine has developed this technology with help from others, and they are now claimed it for their own. And they're so good at it, they're offering it to partners who are taking it up and using it already because they don't want to be dependent on a single partner. We are not arguing you shouldn't be dependent. We're arguing you need to choose your strategic dependencies correctly. You need to diversify, and actually you're arguing exactly the same thing. So in that situation, I'm going to pass on.
Yeah, and I think to speak to the Ukraine example, it's seen, at least in the transatlantic world, as an example of defense innovation, precisely because of the moment that it's innovating in. And then the other point is the dependency point. Again, it's about not having, it's not about not having any dependencies, it's about making sure those dependencies are managed. It's also making sure we don't replicate those dependencies. So they're not asymmetrical dependencies. So you don't have one dependency that is concentrated, but you have multiple partners, just as Ukraine has done for its defense innovation ecosystem. Thank you.
And just to reiterate, the other side hasn't told us yet how exactly they want to achieve what they want to achieve. And we already cited estimates earlier, how expensive it would be to actually build digital infrastructure from scratch. That is money that is not there for other spending priorities, such as defense. And I would really like to hear the answer that the other team has to this question, because I don't think they have answered it yet.
Are you all at time?
We're done. Yep.
Yes. So no, team 2 has not had an opportunity to answer the question. And so with that, we'll turn it over. You have, you have 6 minutes.
4 minutes.
Or sorry, 4 minutes. Sorry, 4 minutes.
So digital infrastructure is about control. And as much as we like to talk about the cloud, everybody thinks of it in the sky, it's really in the sea. So the cables and the geolocation and the partnerships that are around that, really, as much as the cloud does feel like it's about the U.S. companies and their data centers, which may not be geolocated close by, when it comes to undersea cables, there's a lot of control around that. And we're starting to see the challenge, because most of them are aging out. There are a lot of organizations that are changing their partnerships around that because of things that are going on in Ukraine and because of things that are going on in Iran. So there are probably elements of control that are very financially driven, candidly, as much as sovereignty driven, but there are opportunities to see some changes in that area.
So sovereignty, how we have defined it, is a long-term ambitious project. There are things you can do in the short term, but this is a long-term ambition. And an acute crisis like a war is not the moment to address all of this. So let me say that up front. I do, however, think I'm going to do something quite mean now, which is to say the situation that Europe is in is that we're dependent on infrastructure, which is primarily comes from one country who has threatened to invade the European Union. That's the Greenland case. I don't think it's going to happen, but the question is, like, should you take that literally or not? So that's the situation we're in. I don't actually think the security argument is the strongest. My strongest argument is the economic value creation. And then another point on Ukraine is there's another really interesting lesson from Ukraine, which is Starlink. Starlink was generously offered to Ukraine to be used. But now you're at the mercy of an individual who may or may not change their mind. And that is precisely why, exactly in a crisis like Ukraine finds itself in, such a dependency is really, really, really dangerous.
And I'm going to go on top of that by also answering something that Ben has asked us to do and widening the perspective, because the Ukraine war and Europe's response can also only be understood, especially in Germany, if you think of the heavy energy dependency we had on Russia for the past decades. And it was in fact the Americans that came to Brussels, to Berlin, to Paris and lectured us day in, day out for a very good reason, that it might not be so smart to have 70% of our primary energy resource coming from Russia. And you could see Germany looking at their feet when the Crimea was first invaded because of these interdependencies being at play. So right now, we have learned our lesson that 70% dependence on energy consumption, which is directly connected to your ability to grow your economy, electricity prices. And in digital infrastructure, we're not talking 40, 60, 70, we're sometimes talking 95%. Europe's cloud market share has dropped from 25% to 10%. It couldn't be more acute when we talk about these percentages. And if it were any other sector, defense, energy, healthcare, we would lose our minds. And we still sit here preaching to be somewhat taken seriously.
Thank you very much for the situation that you explained. And I think when I look at the TV and I see Zelensky traveling around the world, he's entering into partnerships, but because he has no options, and it doesn't feel very comfortable. And if you now look at them, they're rebuilding their sovereignty, because only if you have options, only if you're sovereign, you can choose. And if we look at the argument that we're having, it's resilience, and it's best achieved through strategic sovereignty.
And with that, that's time. Thank you, Team 2. Okay, let's give a round of applause for the teams, but also for the audience. Those were great questions. Okay, now we'll go into closing arguments. One last reminder that I feel like is timely. Remember, these are assigned positions, and our teams are doing a really great job. But I want to make sure that we understand going into the closing arguments that now we want to hear from both teams your strongest, most pervasive, honest version of the case. Each team will have 6 minutes. You can choose one speaker, several speakers, however you want. Team 1, we'll start with you on the cooperation side of the house.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Let me start off by saying that we have heard the other team conveniently redefining sovereignty to suit their case. But they have not shown us any way how we can come from the market failure that you have described through building the sovereign infrastructure to actually capturing value in new and emerging technologies such as AI. We are yet to hear that case. And we have given you a very clear case. We have said, build on partnerships with corporations, but don't be dependent on just one. Their version of a strawman argument was by saying, we argue for continued dependence on only one American company, or maybe 3. We are not. We are very much arguing in favor of diversifying partnerships. We are very much arguing in favor of building European solutions right now. And if we invest all of that money in building digital infrastructure that will maybe be operable in a couple of years from now, we are missing the market as it is moving on, and we might be building infrastructure that is no longer relevant by the time we can operate it.
Okay, so I have 2 thoughts. The first is that Europe must act. They've said repeatedly it's a long-term goal. We agree, it's a long-term goal, maybe, although I don't know if we would emphasize it as strongly as they do. But Europe must act. The rest of the world already is. But Europe is sitting in Brussels debating a tech sovereignty package that most people seem to be relatively critical of, that I've talked to today at this conference. So they shouldn't be doing that, right? They should be like Zelensky, who, by the way, is out and about wooing partners, right? Maybe you say he's dependent, but he's also feeling secure, feeling capable, going around the world, looking for new partnerships to build those capabilities further. So that's the first point. Europe has to act. The way to act is through cooperation. Now, let me make that second point again. Actions have to ensure progress and profits. The only way that Europe gains value is by either becoming a leader in some way, which could be small or big, or by gaining money that is then distributed in economic value to their citizens. Hypothetically, it would be both, right? That's what we want. They haven't made a case yet for why sovereignty is the best route to this. If it's a long-term goal, what are you doing today? What will you do today? This is what we need to know. And I think cooperation can do it today, right? Cooperation has already proven for European countries, European governments. Germany went to India and signed how many memorandums of understanding about where companies can collaborate? Lots. Why? Because there's opportunity there. These opportunities we have to grab, and they have to be grabbed by collaborating with other people, not walling ourselves off.
So over the course of this debate, we've shown that cooperation is the best way forward and best way to digital resilience. We've basically shown a world without cooperation is costly, it's isolationist, it comes at a serious economic and competitiveness cost, and it requires risky and consequential trade-offs, precisely like weighing the value of full-stack sovereignty versus other strategic priorities like defense. And here, rather than having this world, the world that we imagine is the following. Only in a world in cooperation and partnership, and only in a world in which that is possible, can we build on existing strengths, compete and create value from future technologies, not just AI, which we focused on, but also quantum, also biotech, while partners supply the rest. And in this world, it's not about not being connected, but it's about being connected extremely wisely. That means having choices through multiple domestic and international partnerships and being strategic about those dependencies, making sure those dependencies, as we like to call it, the GMF, managed interdependence. And then also effective regulation that checks power imbalances and also protects our societies. And I'll stop there.
Perhaps to wrap it up, I mean, this is a very sexy discussion, right? But on the other hand, I would always recommend to focus on the boring things, because if you focus on the boring things, then the magic might happen. What are the boring things? Structural reforms in the European Union, a real digital single market, a capital markets union so that we get actually investment capital in startups, not too much focusing on like getting public money on companies that can't actually scale here in the European Union. And I think if we're coming to terms with that, then we will achieve a lot more on resiliency and autonomy than we would ever achieve with public money being spent on companies that will actually rely on this money, on the anchor client concept for a very, very long time.
One last word, cooperation and interdependence is the only way to do these things. That cooperation can be European, it can be global, it should be both. It's just key that you don't just depend on one person, right? That's what or one company, government, company, everything. Done.
Time? Yeah. Okay. Thank you. Team 2, you have 6 minutes.
So I think we have answered your question, that we have to keep in mind that the question was resilience. And so the internet of the 2000s is over. The geography is back in play, whether we want it to be or not, and it's a global problem. It's not just an EU problem. But the EU does need to take control over the management of our digital infrastructure, as the last question was put forward, by getting the economic situation into a positive role for EU partners that are also respect our values. So, Ben, you're right. Digital single market would be a very big help, as well as the economic capability of people in Europe, like the woman who asked the question over here, who wants to bring something forward to possibly just people in Europe, or maybe she has an idea that would go global, but she needs the ability of capital to get there. And the idea is that partners that can work with the EU can be working for not only the EU, but beyond your own borders.
I loved the sense of urgency coming from the other team because I happened to share it. Unfortunately, I am not the president of the European Commission, so we also don't fully agree with all the proposals that are being laid out there. I want to push back against one thing you said. We have not redefined what sovereignty means. The question has always been strategic autonomy, not autarky. That's not what we're arguing for. We're arguing to be strategic in moving towards being more sovereign. And if I was the head of the Commission, which sadly I'm not, or luckily I'm not, there are 3 places I would start at. One is like Europe needs to engage in market shaping, not just pour money into the way the current market exists, but actively shape the market. And the first point of action I would take is actually enforce and expand where necessary laws that tackle concentrated power in the digital economy. First step. The second one is strategically use levers like public procurement. I agree. We don't want companies to be dependent on public money indefinitely. There's a huge risk there that I share for waste, for inefficiencies. But the way that the market is currently structured, we do need public procurement as one lever. and be strategic and smart about it. And the third thing I would do is invest in alternatives and create the conditions in which alternatives can emerge, and of course in collaboration with partners around the world. What I'm worried about is that the inevitability of interdependence is being weaponized to justify the status quo in which we are not dependent on the US, but on a very small number of companies, and that just simply is incompatible with resilience.
So the other team has told us that we are in fact trying to rip out the entire US tech stack and replacing it with a European alternative that nobody has or has an idea of what this looks like. The case couldn't be more off. They also told us that this would cost 300 billion, 400 billion. There's other numbers circling around. This could also not be more wrong. Think about the fact that we are actually looking at the choke points. We are looking where choice is happening. We're looking very strategically where is the risk for weaponization of dependence highest, where is consumer and customer choice actually happening, and really focus on building alternatives there, investing in alternatives there. And that is a fraction of the tech stack, and where we're just trying to become compatible, putting forward alternatives so we can actually diversify and not replace the entire tech stack. Then the case was being put forward, let's focus on structural reforms, let's simplify. Hell yeah. I mean, the entire European tech ecosystem is longing for simplification of the GDPR, is longing for a simplification of all the rules out there. But without contestable markets and without demand from the private and the public sector for the companies and the services that are built here, these simplifications will actually nowhere. They will lead to one point, and that is a higher market share for hyperscalers and an even higher ability for them to roll across the European market and expand their footprint. And then finally, are successful startups, are successful companies around? Yes, they are. Look at the market. They are around. They're in every corner. The problem is that we have spent every single taxpayer money over the past years. Germany's military €400 cloud deal for the Bundeswehr. Where is it going? Google Cloud. What are we doing right now? We're sitting on these panels, we're going to Brussels, we're educating public sector, private sector about these dependencies. This is wearing off, that even the Aspen Institute is putting us on stage right now. And so thank you very much for that. It shows that the European Commission is putting this forward, shows that we're doing something today. It starts with education, sadly, because hyperscalers and the adversaries to this mission are very skillfully putting their labels out everywhere, sponsoring conferences, and are debunking these topics that we're putting forward as legitimate strategies, as myths, as crazy ideas, as we're some lunatics trying to build a little cute ecosystem ourselves. And that can't go on for much longer.
Okay, last word. Thank you very much. I really enjoyed it. I love that you talked so much about sovereignty. Sovereignty being important, it's a long-term goal, and also saying we need to build European solutions. I think at the end you were moaning a little bit about Brussels, and you were more criticizing about the way and the speed things are happening. This is already talking about the way. You were asking the question about what is the way we're doing it, and you also mentioned the Schwarz Group collaborating with Google, but they just collaborate because they also have other projects going on to be more independent. And if we look at this question, can cooperation be successful, of advantage? Yes, it may be, but a cooperation is better if you're sovereign and can choose.
That's
and our
time.
question is
That's time.
the best way to
Thank you
achieve
so much.
resilience, sovereignty?
That's time. That was a long, y'all. I'm like, okay, and with that, that is our debate. So thank you to everyone. Before we wrap, we're going to do the most important thing, which is give it back to the audience to vote again. And remember, as you get ready to vote, the question is, what we're trying to figure out is, did anyone in this room move? And so even a slight change is worth noting in your vote. So again, to remember, vote position A for cooperation with partners and international interdependencies. Okay, y'all, stage. Okay. No, you all didn't vote the first. If you didn't vote the first time, so don't vote again. Teams, what's happening? Teams, stop voting. Position B is you vote for strategic autonomy and sovereignty. Remember, vote honestly, and it's completely fair and encouraged to land somewhere that was different than where we started. While people are voting, I will share for people who know zodiac signs, I'm a Libra, and our sign is that it's really hard for us to pick a position. Our symbol is scales. And so this is one of the hardest things that I have ever been a part of. Okay, how are we looking on results? Okay. So we still have, is the poll still active? I'm looking for a cue from the, okay. All right, so the poll, it looks like digital resilience is best achieved through cooperation with partners and international interdependencies is still at the top. I'm gonna see if we can get the numbers because what I can't see just from the poll, it definitely feels like there was a shift for Team 2 in Position B, which is that strategic autonomy is, that proposed for strategic autonomy and sovereignty. Wait a minute, y'all. We're trying to get the numbers so we can see the delta between the change. Okay. We may not actually have the numbers, but I think in terms of, also I want to be clear, we're having a policy debate, so it's not ultimately about who won or who lost, but I think the points, to be fair, I think it's really interesting that positions changed from in a 90-minute conversation that we are having, and I hope it put into perspective how complex and how complicated these issues are. And the reality, we only gave you all 2 choices. I'm sure for a lot of you all, you wanted a little bit more nuance in your voting, but I would say the same thing applies to how we make these policies and how we move going forward. There may not be a right or wrong or a very clear winner or a very clear loser. And I want to thank, again, both teams. You argued your positions and you handled this brilliantly, especially the disclaimer again. These positions were assigned to these teams and they did an excellent job at representing the viewpoints. They didn't get too rowdy on the stage, and I also want to thank them for respecting the time, but I also wanted the real takeaway for the audience. Everyone in these 8 chairs argued a position with more rigor than most of us bring to the positions that we actually hold. And so I talk to you and encourage you to take that energy out into the world and to advocate for these positions fiercely and continuously. We won't solve them today, but I do think having advocates on both sides of the issues will help us get to a final result that we can all agree with. Thank you again to Aspen Institute Germany for having us. Thank you to our team participants for participating today. And with that, I will turn it back over to Stormy.
Yeah, no, thank you so much. First of all, a big applause. So, if we can see those results again for a second, I find that pretty amazing because in our first voting, I just looked it up again, it was clearly cooperation, right? And in our second, it is clearly cooperation. Well, it is not.
Yeah.
It is strategic autonomy. And that is pretty amazing that that team swayed so many of you. Or you didn't quite vote honestly in the first one, I don't know. But it shows you that it's not so easy to make up your mind, right? And there are good arguments on both sides. So for policymakers, that's now, I mean, not so easy, right? Because you do have to find the balance between the 2 sides. So to close us off. It's been a long day. I need a mic for a second. Can I have a mic?
Do you want one of these?
Ah, thank you. All right. So, let's have a look into, oh, Dan. So, Hello. You've been part of our conference over the day. You are somebody who is clearly for cooperation, but also maybe a little bit for sovereignty. Were you surprised of this changing opinion of the audience?
I wasn't, because the initial question was presented in a very binary way, and the more they talked, the more the concepts kind of blended. And so I felt that we kind of, weirdly, we got to a solution that was somewhere in between. And so I think that's why you shifted to sovereignty. And I kind of mentally dropped the idea, not through cooperation. I said, okay, sovereignty, but that doesn't preclude cooperation, or that's how I read it. So I think we moved from a binary to something more compromised.
So both teams kind of presented also arguments for the other side, moving to each other. Daniel, were you surprised?
Yes, I was a bit surprised. So in a room where, and maybe I'm wrong, Stormy, where the majority is either European rooted or European even, probably, you know, the starting chart with a majority on partnership cooperation. This is what we heard at schools. This is what we learned at universities. This is a comfort zone. So let's vote with this. So I actually can see two winners here, and you and Nicole have put them into a difficult spot. I can see two winners. So learning from history means it's a balancing act. Cooperation in a pure form, sovereignty in a pure form will lead us nowhere. And I think the teams have done an excellent job winning the lead, or protecting the lead, and catching up. Two winners, you know, looking at the granularity of the matter and at the balancing act. So I'm very impressed, and I am surprised.
Yeah. I remember from our pre-discussions that you thought you were a little bit the underdogs, right? Yeah, and you thought you're going to come into a whole room of Europeans who are only about cooperation and multilateral rules, you know. It doesn't seem to be the case, though. So you made really, really good arguments. Now, I would like to hear also from one of our Americans if this result would have been the same if we had done the debate in the United States with a purely US audience.
I was actually surprised that the autonomy piece, because of what's happening in America right now, was not actually the stronger position in the beginning of this. I think Americans, because we have the monopolies, would still lead on cooperation. But I think the ones who are trying to be thoughtful about where we end up as a global economy together as humanity would hopefully lean towards supporting countries in being autonomous while also, like autonomous first, while also having cooperation.
Well,
I agree with the American.
Thank you so very much. And let's hear from one another American. Were you surprised? Would this result have been different, in your opinion, in the States?
I'm not sure if I can judge the whole United States. I was very surprised, and I chalked it up to the fact that maybe people misread, because I thought this side clearly had the advantage on the arguments. And the reason I thought maybe, oh, there's a little bit of a handicap, because you kept saying they're assigned. And I know for exact, because I know a little bit about Ms. Tews, your name is, first name is? Shane. Because you spoke to me in the break earlier, and you said you agreed with more of my sort of pre-market ideas. And so, to my mind, it's pretty undoubtable that the cooperation is the much better strategy. And I only will point to two historical examples. China, Imperial China, into the Qing or way, way back, and the Ottoman Empire. Both of those empires invented crucial technologies for their day, way ahead of the West. And yet the emperor in China and the Ottoman Pasha, whatever he was, made a monopoly. We're going to keep the printing press. We're going to keep the gunpowder, whatever they invented. Whereas Europe was lots of little principalities all fighting and competing with each other. And they advanced a lot more. And so in my mind, competition is the friend of everybody, whether you're sovereign or not. And we need to cooperate to compete.
Well, thank you so much. Coming back to our two sides, has that been a difficult debate? Are you happy with the outcome?
I mean, I think at some point point, we were all arguing for the same side because at the end of the day, we realized that, you know, a binary doesn't make sense in a technological world, and we all need to have European competitiveness is important for the future of technology in any case, and cooperation is the way forward also just because of what we're being seen. I think it's impossible to live in a technological wall. We were just obviously arguing very forwardly towards cooperation, but I think at the end of the day, the blurriness of sovereignty is one of those things that came up.
Still arguing. She's still arguing. So, how did you feel about this debate? Did you take any arguments away from the other side?
Well, no, I gotta say, I'm quintessentially German in my steady quest to like find consensus and try to always sort of see the gray between the black and white. So this was an insanely hard task, and one that was only sort of possible as an academic sort of exercise, I think, because I do believe that the last 90 minutes, given sort of the super strong stances we had to take, we lost a lot of great potential conversation that we could have had in order to actually move the needle forward. And it was a good exercise. It sort of helped you sharpen arguments, but also I feel we missed a whole bunch of good shit to take away from this.
And this is precisely what's also missing in Brussels. It's like, where do we want to be independent and where not? Where do we want to collaborate and with whom and how? And it stops at this binary. That's why I enjoyed the intellectual exercise, but like you, I'd love to talk more.
And you're right, it was a lot of fun to figure out how to argue the side. At one point I looked down at Frederica's notes and it said Greenland, and I had no idea what that meant. I mean, I was like, what? We're gonna get Zelensky to buy Greenland? I was like, I couldn't figure out where you were going with that. So it was really fun to be with this team. They were fantastic to work with, so.
Can I share two words that both teams used repeatedly, whether you said it or not? And I think it's also what needs to drive this conversation going forward. Both of you all repeatedly said that your position is in response to what is happening, whether it's a conflict or whether it's multiple conflicts, but it's also what the constituents of these governments are saying to them. I've been in Germany for about 24 hours. I know how everybody feels about the Americans right now. And so a lot of these policy debates, as any policy debate, is about trying to be responsive, whether you are talking about cooperating with the U.S. or you are talking about some form of autonomy with the U.S., it is because the people of our democracy want us to be responsive. And the other word is assurances. Both of you all gave Lee an agreement to the other team when they could provide what assurances would get them to that goal. And I think like those two words, y'all didn't agree on a lot, but y'all did say agree 9 times. You agreed with the other team 9 different times, which was, I thought, how a good debate should go in policy. But everyone wants to be responsive, no matter what side of the issue you're on, and everybody needs assurances toward that ultimate goal.
I think it was surprising, especially in our group when we looked at each other. We're like, oh, we need to argue against collaboration. It's like, we don't really like this. But the more we got into it, we understood. And the question is, do we gain resilience? And I think it's a balance here between collaborating and also coming from a position of strength where we can do our own stuff. And you mentioned prior to this, collaborate for competing. But at this moment, when you're so weak, you're not competing. You're just buying and accepting, and I think we are all on the same page that we need to collaborate, but first we need to get in a position of strength.
Last point, and then we wrap it up.
Okay, yeah. So my thought was that, so I was really happy to be put on the cooperation tag initially until I started thinking about only cooperation. And then I thought, actually, it helped me sort of examine my own personal views, which are very much in favor of strategic autonomy, if not through sovereignty in other manners. And I do believe the cooperation bid, that was actually real me. But I think this is great for that reason, Stormy. Like, I liked that my initial reaction was, yes, I can do that. And the second was, oh, no, I can't do this at all. And then you start digging in, and I think that it's been actually intellectually very fulfilling for me, although I share your point. I share your point that maybe we could have had sort of more honest agreements. But maybe that's the point, right? Is that we don't know that until we do it. And for us, if she invites you to do it, you should do it. It's like really hard, but it's super fun.
Yeah, it is. It also gives us the opportunity to explore for ourselves where we stand and why we stand where we stand. It makes us a little bit sharper in our thinking. And in the end, then it comes down again to finding where the compromise lies.
Yeah.
So both sides came closer together, but for the policymakers, as I started out this morning saying, we now need to, or they now need to make the decision, how much cooperation, how much sovereignty, how open, how much protectionism, how much state intervention, how much market. And that's where it's difficult. It's not so difficult to put up the options. It's then to find the fine line where to go. And the second thing which I also take away is, since our world is changing, we need to react to it, and we need to readjust. And that comes with readjustment costs. It's costly for our societies, what we are currently and what we need to do, building resilience. And there again, we need to think about how to take everybody on board, communicatively, but also societally. And then very last thing is, we are very reactive in everything what we are currently discussing. This is what's happening in the world, and this is how we are reacting to it. We also need to drive, right? So we need to have a vision and need to know where do we want to go, right? I mean, what are the values we want to protect, right? What is the world or our society which we want to protect and how it should look like in 2030 or 2035? And only if we have clarity about this also, then we can also get from the answering side again into the driver's side. And tomorrow we have the opportunity to discuss a lot more of these issues. I'm looking for my colleague Molly. Is Molly in the room currently? No, she is not. So I wanted to give Molly and the team a big applause for already day one, for doing this excellently. And tomorrow we have a full day of really fantastic discussions coming up. We will look into the sky. We will look into the sea. We will look at military and defense issues, which is going to be fascinating. There she is again, so give her a big applause. We are going to look at health issues and the transatlantic cooperation or non-cooperation in the health sector. So we are trying to cover a lot of different issues, and we are going to have a look at the WTO. So join us tomorrow. Come back. I'm saying this jokingly because we talked about this earlier today. Then we also want to talk about global rules, multilateralism, future of trade. So come back tomorrow. I know that the second day, there's also an incentive just to hop in and to hop off. There is so much happening, so stay with us, stay tuned, also to our online viewers who might have hopped off already, because we've gone a little bit over time. Thank you so much for being here. We will do also a family picture. Our partners of the conference will reconvene in a little while to get some food, real food, not just food for thought. And I thank all of you who stuck around until the very end and for a wonderful discussion over the day. And again, a big applause to my team and also to the perfect tech team in the back, our host and our photographer. So thanks so much. And now, family picture.